When we talk about finding peace, or seeking happiness, or even overcoming the struggles that weigh us down, we are essentially talking about understanding this mind. It is the architect of our joy and the creator of our sorrow, yet so many of us live our entire lives without ever truly getting to know who is behind the wheel. To understand the mind is not about mastering a difficult academic subject or memorizing complex formulas, but rather about turning our gaze inward with a sense of gentle curiosity, like meeting an old friend after a long separation. The ancient stories tell of a time when people sought the truth not in books, but in the silence of the woods and the depths of their own hearts. There is a beautiful account of a young man who traveled across mountains to find a teacher, asking him how he could find the path to true freedom. The teacher did not give him a lecture, nor did he hand him a scroll to read. Instead, he told him to look at the surface of a pond. When the wind blows, the water ripples and the reflection of the moon becomes distorted, broken into 1,000 jagged pieces. But when the wind stops, the water becomes a perfect mirror, showing the moon exactly as it is. Our mind is like that pond. Life brings the wind of praise and blame, gain and loss, pleasure and pain. These winds whip up waves of emotion, and in that turbulence, we lose sight of the truth of who we are. We start to believe that the broken reflection is the reality, forgetting that the stillness was always there, waiting just beneath the surface. Learning to master the mind is not about stopping the wind, because the world will always have its storms. It is about learning how to keep the water clear even when the breeze begins to blow. It is about realizing that we do not have to be victims of our own thoughts. Every feeling that arises, whether it is a flicker of anger or a heavy cloud of sadness, is just a temporary visitor. Imagine your mind as a vast, open sky. The clouds are your thoughts, some are light and fluffy, others are dark and full of thunder. They pass through the sky, but they are not the sky itself. The sky remains wide, blue, and unaffected by whatever weather moves across it. When we begin to see ourselves as the sky rather than the clouds, we find a sense of space that allows us to breathe, even in the middle of a difficult day. There was once a traveler who was walking through a dense forest at dusk. As the light faded, he saw a long, coiled shape lying across the path ahead. His heart began to race, his palms grew sweaty, and he was paralyzed with fear, thinking he had encountered a deadly snake. He stood there for a long time, trembling, unable to move forward or back. Finally, another person came along with a lantern. When the light hit the ground, the traveler saw that the terrifying snake was nothing more than an old, discarded rope. In an instant, his fear vanished. The rope had not changed, it was always a rope. What changed was his perception. This is how the mind often works. We create snakes out of ropes all the time. We imagine threats where there are none, we interpret a friend's silence as a sign of anger, or we view a small mistake as a total failure. We suffer not because of the things themselves, but because of the stories our minds tell us about those things. If we want to lead a life that feels grounded and meaningful, we have to become the masters of these stories. We have to learn to bring the light of awareness to the dark corners of our thoughts so we can see the ropes for what they truly are. This does not mean we will never feel afraid or hurt again. It means that when we do, we can pause and ask ourselves if we are looking at a snake or a rope. That small moment of pausing is where our freedom lies. It is the gap between a situation and our reaction to it. In that gap, we have the power to choose how we want to live. In the time of the Buddha, there was a man named Sona who was very dedicated to his practice, yet he felt frustrated because he was not making the progress he expected. He pushed himself so hard that his body became weak and his mind was filled with agitation. He was ready to give up and return to his old life. Seeing this, the Buddha went to him and asked if he knew how to play a lute, a stringed instrument. Sona replied that he did. The Buddha then asked what would happen if the strings were wound too tight. Sona said that the strings would snap and the music would be ruined. And what if the strings were too loose? The Buddha asked. Sona explained that if they were too loose, they would produce no sound at all and no music could be made. Only when the strings were tuned just right, neither too tight nor too loose, could the lute produce beautiful, harmonious music. The mind is exactly like those strings. If we are too rigid and demanding with ourselves, we become brittle and stressed. If we are too lazy and unfocused, we drift aimlessly and lose our way. Mastery of the mind is the art of finding that middle ground, that perfect tension where we are alert but relaxed, focused but gentle. It is a delicate balance that we have to find every single day, sometimes every single hour. It is not a destination we reach once and for all, but a way of walking through the world with grace. Think about the way we talk to ourselves in the silence of our own heads. Often, we are far harsher to ourselves than we would ever be to a friend or even a stranger. We carry around a critic that points out every flaw and reminds us of every mistake. This inner critic is just another movement of the mind, a habit we have developed over years of trying to be perfect. But what if we decided to treat our mind like a garden instead of a courtroom? In a garden, we don't shout at the weeds to make them disappear. We patiently pull them out, and we make sure to water the flowers that we want to grow. We understand that things take time to bloom, and that some days the weather will be harsh. This gentleness is a form of mastery. It is the realization that being kind to ourselves is not a sign of weakness, but a source of immense strength. When we are kind, the mind becomes a safe place to inhabit. We no longer feel the need to run away from our own thoughts through constant distraction or busyness. We can sit with ourselves and feel at peace, even when things outside are chaotic. This is the beginning of making the mind our servant rather than our master. For most of us, the mind acts like a wild elephant, charging in every direction, trampling over our peace and stability. But with patience and a steady hand, that same elephant can become a powerful companion that helps us navigate the world with wisdom and purpose. There is a story of a great king who was known for his vast wealth and power, but he was always restless and unhappy. He heard of a wise person living in a remote cave and went to seek advice on how to find peace. The wise person told the king that he would give him the secret if the king could stay perfectly still and watch his own mind for just 1 hour. The king thought this would be easy, but within minutes, he found his thoughts racing toward his kingdom, his enemies, his treasures, and his desires. He realized that although he ruled a whole country, he did not rule his own inner world. He was a king on the outside but a slave on the inside. This realization is the first step toward true power. True power is not about controlling others or accumulating things, it is about having the clarity to see the movements of our own heart and the strength to not be swept away by them. To do this, we must learn the quality of deep listening. Usually, when we listen, we are already preparing what to say next, or we are judging what we hear. But to listen to the mind, we have to listen without judgment. We have to watch a thought arise, stay for a moment, and then fade away, without trying to push it or pull it. When we watch a thought of anger arise, instead of saying I am an angry person, we can simply say there is a thought of anger passing through. This tiny shift in language creates a world of difference. It gives us the space to observe without becoming identical to the emotion. It is like standing on the bank of a river watching the water flow by, rather than being caught in the current and struggling to stay afloat. The more we observe in this way, the more we realize that the mind is actually very fragile and transparent. It only seems solid and overwhelming because we give it so much of our energy. When we stop feeding a thought with our attention, it naturally loses its power. This is the secret to overcoming habits that no longer serve us. We don't have to fight them with brute force. We just have to stop giving them the fuel they need to burn. Over time, the fire dies down on its own, and we are left with the cool embers of awareness. Imagine a clear glass of water with a bit of mud at the bottom. If you stir it vigorously, the water becomes cloudy and dark, and you cannot see through it. If you keep stirring, it will never get clear. But if you simply set the glass down and let it be, the mud will naturally settle to the bottom. The water will become crystal clear once again. Our minds are just like that glass of water. Our constant worrying, planning, and overthinking are like the spoon that keeps stirring the mud. Mastery is the ability to set the glass down. It is the courage to be still and trust that the clarity will return on its own. This stillness is not a state of emptiness or boredom. It is a state of profound presence. It is when we are fully here, fully alive to the sound of the birds, the warmth of the sun, and the rhythm of our own breath. In this state, we see that life is not something to be solved, but something to be experienced. We stop living in our heads and start living in our lives. We notice the small beauties that we used to walk past because we were too busy thinking about something else. We see the sparkle in a child's eyes, the intricate patterns on a leaf, and the kindness in a stranger's smile. These things are the true treasures of life, and they are only available to us when our mind is present. The Buddha often spoke about the importance of being like a solid rock that is not shaken by the wind. Whether the wind is pleasant or unpleasant, the rock remains unmoved. This does not mean we become cold or unfeeling. On the contrary, when we are not constantly reactive, we can feel more deeply and love more purely. We are no longer protecting our ego or fearing for our status. We are free to be open and vulnerable because we know that our inner peace does not depend on the shifting winds of the world. We have found a source of happiness that is internal, a well that does not run dry even during a drought. I remember a story of an old woodcutter who lived in a small hut. He had very little, yet he was always singing and seemed to be the happiest person in the village. One day, a wealthy merchant asked him how he could be so happy despite his poverty. The woodcutter smiled and said that when he cuts wood, he only cuts wood. When he eats his soup, he only eats his soup. When he sleeps, he only sleeps. The merchant was confused and said that everyone does those things. But the woodcutter shook his head and replied that most people, when they cut wood, are thinking about their soup. When they eat their soup, they are thinking about their work. And when they sleep, they are dreaming of their problems. The woodcutter's secret was simple: he was always where his feet were. His mind and his body were in the same place at the same time. This simple presence is the ultimate mastery. It is the highest form of living. We often think that to be successful, we need to be doing 10 things at once, always looking ahead to the next big goal. But in that rush, we miss the only moment that actually exists. The future is just a thought, and the past is just a memory. The only reality is right now. When we master our mind, we master the art of being present. We reclaim our lives from the shadows of the past and the phantoms of the future. We start to see that every breath is a miracle and every step is a walk on holy ground. The path to this mastery is paved with patience. We cannot expect to change the habits of a lifetime in a single day. There will be days when the mind feels like a hurricane, and we will feel like we have made no progress at all. In those moments, it is important to remember that even the strongest storm eventually runs out of rain. The key is to keep showing up for ourselves, to keep turning the light of awareness inward, and to keep treating ourselves with the same compassion we would offer to a small child who is learning to walk. Every time we notice that our mind has wandered and we gently bring it back, we are strengthening the muscle of awareness. Each return is a small victory. In the ancient times, there was a monk who was known for his incredibly calm demeanor. Even when people insulted him or tried to provoke him, he remained as steady as a mountain. A curious person once asked him how he achieved such a state. The monk replied that many years ago, he decided to become his own best friend. He realized that if he had a friend who was constantly yelling, complaining, and being mean, he would probably spend less time with that person. So he started to watch how he treated himself. He decided that he would no longer allow his mind to be a place of conflict. He made his mind a sanctuary. He practiced replacing every harsh thought with a kind one, and every anxious thought with a trusting one. It took time, but eventually, the sanctuary became his permanent home. We all have the potential to build such a sanctuary within ourselves. It does not require us to move to a cave or give up our responsibilities. It only requires us to change our relationship with our own thoughts. It starts with the simple act of breathing. When we breathe in and know that we are breathing in, we are already starting to master the mind. We are anchoring ourselves in the physical reality of the present. The breath is like a rope that connects the wandering boat of the mind to the solid dock of the body. Whenever the waves get too high, we can always come back to the breath. It is a constant, reliable friend that is always with us, from the moment we are born until the moment we leave this world. As we go through our day, we can practice this mindfulness in the smallest of actions. When you wash your hands, feel the temperature of the water and the smoothness of the soap. When you walk to your car, feel the ground beneath your feet and the air against your skin. These moments of sensory awareness are like anchors that keep us from being swept away by the river of thinking. They remind us that we are alive, and that life is happening here and now, not in some distant place we are trying to get to. There is a profound beauty in a mind that is quiet and clear. It is like a forest after a fresh snowfall, where everything is hushed and pristine. In that quiet, we can hear the whispers of our own soul. We can discover what truly matters to us, beyond the expectations of others and the demands of society. We find that we don't need as much as we thought we did to be happy. We find that the greatest joys are often the simplest ones. A quiet mind allows us to see the world with fresh eyes, as if we are seeing it for the very first time. Consider the story of a woman who spent her whole life searching for a rare diamond. She traveled to far-off lands, spent all her money, and endured many hardships in her quest. Finally, old and tired, she returned to her childhood home. As she sat by the old well in her garden, she looked down and saw a stone reflecting the sunlight. She picked it up and realized it was the very diamond she had been searching for all those years. It had been in her own backyard the entire time. This is a metaphor for our search for peace and fulfillment. We look for it in jobs, in relationships, in possessions, and in the approval of others. But true peace is the diamond that has been sitting in the garden of our own mind all along. We just needed to stop traveling and start looking. Mastering the mind is the process of coming home to ourselves. It is about shedding the layers of who we think we should be and embracing who we actually are. It is about recognizing that we are already enough, just as we are. The mind often tries to convince us that we are lacking, that we need to do more or be more in order to be worthy. But that is just another story, another cloud passing through the sky. The sky itself is perfect and complete, and so are you. When the mind finally grows quiet, this truth becomes as clear as day. A person who has mastered their mind is like a light in a dark room. They don't have to say anything to change the atmosphere. Their very presence brings a sense of calm and clarity to those around them. They listen with their whole being, they speak with kindness, and they act with wisdom. They are not easily swayed by the opinions of others because they have an internal compass that guides them. They move through life with a sense of ease and lightness, even when they are facing difficulties. This is because they know that whatever happens on the outside, their inner sanctuary remains untouched. I invite you to think about one small way you can start being a better friend to your mind today. Maybe it is taking 3 deep breaths before you start your car. Maybe it is pausing for a moment to really taste your coffee in the morning. Or maybe it is simply noticing when you are being hard on yourself and choosing to say something kind instead. These small steps are not insignificant. They are the seeds of a profound transformation. Just as a mighty oak tree begins as a tiny acorn, a life of mastery begins with a single moment of awareness. There is a sense of wonder that comes when we realize that our life is truly in our own hands. We are not just at the mercy of fate or luck. By changing the way we think, we change the way we feel, and by changing the way we feel, we change the way we act. Our thoughts are the seeds of our destiny. When we plant seeds of compassion, patience, and clarity, we eventually harvest a life of peace and fulfillment. This is the law of nature, as certain as the rising of the sun. As we continue this journey together, let us remember that the goal is not to become perfect. The goal is to become more present, more kind, and more awake. It is a journey of 1,000 steps, and each one is an opportunity to begin again. No matter how many times we have let our mind run wild in the past, we can always choose to bring it back in this moment. Every breath is a fresh start. Every heartbeat is a reminder that we are alive and that we have the power to choose our path. I often think about the image of a mother bird tending to her nest. She does not force the eggs to hatch, she simply keeps them warm and protected. She trusts the process of life. We can treat our own growth in the same way. We don't need to force our mind to be quiet or demand that our worries disappear. We simply need to provide the warmth of our own compassion and the protection of our awareness. In time, the eggs will hatch, and the wings of our spirit will be ready to fly. There was a student who asked his teacher how long it would take to achieve enlightenment. The teacher looked at him and said that if he was in a hurry, it would take 20 years. But if he was not in a hurry at all, it would take only 10. This is because the very act of wanting to get somewhere else is a movement of the restless mind. It is a form of tension that keeps us from seeing what is right in front of us. When we let go of the need to achieve something, we find that we have already arrived. We find that the peace we were seeking is not at the end of the road, but in the very steps we are taking. In the stories of the Buddha, we often hear about people who had a sudden realization just by hearing a few words or seeing a simple action. This is because their minds were ready, like a dry field waiting for a spark. Their mastery was not in the cleverness of their thoughts, but in the openness of their hearts. They had reached a point where they were willing to let go of their old ways of seeing and embrace the truth of the moment. We too can cultivate this openness. We can practice being curious about our experiences rather than being defensive. We can learn to say I don't know with a sense of wonder rather than fear. This willingness to not know is a powerful tool. Our mind loves to categorize and label everything because it makes us feel safe and in control. We label people as good or bad, situations as lucky or unlucky, and ourselves as successes or failures. But labels are just more clouds in the sky. When we drop the labels, we see the world in all its complex, beautiful reality. We see that every person is a mystery, every situation is an opportunity, and every moment is a gift. This is the vision of a mastered mind. It is a vision that sees the sacred in the ordinary and the extraordinary in the mundane. One of the most beautiful aspects of mastering the mind is that it naturally leads to a life of service and connection. When we are no longer preoccupied with our own fears and desires, we have more room in our hearts for others. We start to see that the suffering of others is not different from our own. We feel a natural impulse to help, to comfort, and to share. This is not out of a sense of duty, but out of a sense of deep kinship. We see that we are all travelers on the same road, facing the same challenges and seeking the same peace. Imagine the world if everyone took just a few minutes each day to quiet their mind and cultivate a sense of inner peace. There would be less anger, less conflict, and more understanding. Our individual peace is not just for ourselves, it is a contribution to the peace of the world. Just as a single candle can light 1,000 others without losing its own flame, our inner light can inspire and brighten the lives of everyone we meet. By mastering our own mind, we become a blessing to the world. There is a quiet joy that comes from this practice, a joy that doesn't depend on things going our way. It is the joy of simply being. It is like the sun that shines even behind the thickest clouds. We know it is there, and we know it will eventually break through. This inner sunshine is our true nature. Everything else, the stress, the doubt, the pain, is just passing weather. By staying centered in our awareness, we can weather any storm with a smile. Think of a time when you felt truly at peace. Perhaps it was while walking on a beach, or looking at the stars, or holding the hand of someone you love. In those moments, your mind was quiet. You weren't worrying about the past or the future. You were just there, fully present. That feeling of peace is not something that came from the outside. The beach or the stars simply provided a reason for your mind to stop its constant chatter for a moment. What you felt was the natural state of your own mind when it is not being disturbed. The goal of mastery is to make that feeling our home, rather than just a place we visit occasionally. It takes courage to face our own mind. It is much easier to stay busy and distracted than it is to sit in silence and see what comes up. But the rewards of that courage are beyond measure. We discover a strength we never knew we had. We find a clarity that cuts through the confusion of life. And we experience a love that is vast and unconditional. This is the journey of a lifetime, and it is the most important journey we will ever take. Every time we choose a kind thought over a hateful one, we are changing the world. Every time we choose to be patient instead of reactive, we are creating a ripple of peace. We might think our small internal choices don't matter, but they are the very foundation of our character and our life. A house is built brick by brick, and a life of wisdom is built thought by thought. We have the power to choose each brick with care. In the old days, there was a monk who lived in a busy market. People asked him why he didn't go to a quiet monastery to meditate. He replied that if he could not find peace in the middle of the market, he would never find it in the mountains. He said that the market was his meditation hall. Every person who pushed him, every loud noise, every moment of chaos was a teacher. They taught him how to keep his mind steady in the midst of turmoil. This is a powerful lesson for all of us. We don't need to change our circumstances to find peace. We need to change our mind. The world will always be noisy and unpredictable. There will always be challenges and changes. But if we have a quiet center, we can walk through the noise without being disturbed. We can face the challenges with a clear head and a steady heart. We can embrace the changes with a sense of adventure rather than fear. This is what it means to be the master of our own life. It is not about controlling what happens to us, but about being the master of how we respond. As we walk this path together, let us be patient with one another and with ourselves. We are all learning, all growing, and all doing the best we can with the tools we have. Let us share our stories and our insights, and let us support each other in moments of doubt. The journey is much more beautiful when we walk it with friends. Your mind is a precious gift, a garden of infinite potential. May you tend to it with love, water it with wisdom, and watch as it blooms into a life of unimaginable beauty and peace. There is a story of a young student who went to a teacher and said that his mind was full of disturbing thoughts. The teacher told him to take a handful of salt and put it in a small cup of water. The student did so, and the teacher asked him to taste it. "Is it drinkable?" the teacher asked. "No, it is much too salty," the student replied. Then the teacher told him to take another handful of salt and throw it into a large, clear lake nearby. After a moment, the teacher told him to taste the water from the lake. "Does it taste salty?" the teacher asked. "No, it tastes fresh and cool," the student said. The teacher then explained that our pain and our difficult thoughts are like the salt. But the degree to which we suffer depends on the container we put them in. If our mind is small and narrow like a cup, a little bit of trouble makes us bitter. But if we expand our mind like a vast lake, the same trouble doesn't affect the sweetness of the water. This is the essence of what we are doing. We are expanding the container of our mind. We are making it wide enough to hold everything, the joy and the sorrow, the light and the dark, without becoming overwhelmed. We do this through the practice of mindfulness and the cultivation of compassion. We learn to open our hearts wider and wider until they are as vast as the ocean, able to receive all the rivers of life without overflowing. In this vastness, we find a freedom that is unshakable. Think about the quality of your attention right now. Is it tight and focused, or is it open and relaxed? Can you feel the space in the room, the weight of your body, the movement of the air? When we broaden our attention, we feel a sense of relief. It is like taking off a pair of shoes that were too tight. We realize that we don't have to focus so intently on our problems. We can let them be a small part of a much larger picture. This perspective is a key part of mastery. It allows us to see things in their proper proportions. A master of the mind is someone who has learned to play with their thoughts rather than being played by them. They see a thought arise and they smile, as if watching a child play a game. They don't take their thoughts too seriously because they know that thoughts are just electrical impulses, echoes of the past, or projections of the future. They are not the ultimate truth. The ultimate truth is the silent awareness that witnesses the thoughts. That awareness is who you really are. It is the part of you that is never born and never dies, the part that is eternally at peace. When we tap into that awareness, we feel a sense of profound security. We realize that nothing in the world can truly harm us, because our true essence is beyond the reach of physical or emotional pain. This doesn't mean we don't feel pain, but we are no longer afraid of it. We can meet it with courage and kindness, knowing that it too will pass. This fearlessness is the greatest gift of a mastered mind. It allows us to live fully, to love deeply, and to give ourselves completely to the world. The path of mastering the mind is also a path of deep humility. The more we learn about ourselves, the more we realize how little we actually know. We see how often we have been wrong, how often we have acted out of ignorance or fear. Instead of making us feel bad, this realization makes us more compassionate toward others. We see that everyone else is also struggling with their own mind, their own ropes that they think are snakes. We stop judging and start helping. We see our shared humanity in every face we look upon. There is a legendary tale of a monk who spent years in a cave trying to master his mind. One day, he felt he had finally achieved perfect peace. He came out of the cave and walked down to the nearest village. As he was walking through the crowded street, someone accidentally stepped on his foot. In that instant, the monk felt a flash of anger and yelled at the person. He realized then that his peace was only a fragile thing because it depended on silence and solitude. True mastery is not found in a cave, but in the middle of the messiness of life. It is tested when someone steps on our foot, or when we get stuck in traffic, or when someone we love lets us down. True mastery is being able to maintain our inner balance regardless of what is happening around us. It is the ability to return to center quickly when we have been knocked off. We are like those toy dolls with a weighted base. No matter how hard you push them, they always pop back up to an upright position. That weight at the base is our awareness, our connection to the present moment. The stronger that connection, the faster we recover from the bumps and bruises of life. Every morning when we wake up, we have a choice. We can let the mind take us on its usual roller coaster of worries and plans, or we can take a moment to set an intention. We can say to ourselves, today I will try to be more aware. Today I will try to be a bit kinder to myself and others. This simple act of setting an intention is like a captain setting the course for a ship. It doesn't mean there won't be waves, but it means we have a direction. We are no longer just drifting with the current. In the Buddhist tradition, there is a beautiful concept called the beginner's mind. It is the idea of approaching everything with a sense of freshness and curiosity, as if we are seeing it for the very first time. An expert's mind is full of opinions and expectations, and there is little room for anything new. But a beginner's mind is wide open and ready to learn. When we bring a beginner's mind to our own thoughts, we start to see patterns we never noticed before. We see how certain triggers lead to certain reactions, and we can begin to gently untangle those knots. Imagine you are looking at a beautiful sunset. If your mind is full of thoughts about what you have to do tomorrow, you won't really see the sunset. You might see the colors, but you won't feel the magic of it. But if you drop the thoughts and just look, the sunset will fill you with a sense of awe and gratitude. This is the difference between a life lived in the mind and a life lived in reality. Reality is always more vibrant, more beautiful, and more alive than the stories we tell about it. Mastery is the key that opens the door to reality. I have found that one of the most helpful ways to master the mind is through the power of gratitude. When we focus on what we are grateful for, the mind naturally shifts from a state of lack to a state of abundance. It is impossible to feel truly grateful and truly anxious at the exact same time. Gratitude pulls us into the present moment and reminds us of all the good that is already here. It could be something as simple as the warmth of a blanket, the taste of a piece of fruit, or the fact that our heart is beating without us even having to think about it. Take a moment right now to think of 3 things you are grateful for. They don't have to be big things. In fact, the smaller they are, the better. Feel the gratitude in your body. Notice how it softens your shoulders and brings a slight smile to your face. This is a simple form of mind mastery. You have just chosen to shift your internal state from whatever it was to a state of appreciation. You have taken the reins of your own experience. The more you do this, the more it becomes your natural way of being. There is a sense of mystery and wonder in the human mind that we may never fully understand. It is a vast inner landscape with mountains of joy and valleys of sorrow, rivers of thought and forests of memory. But we don't have to understand everything to be at peace with it. We just have to learn how to navigate it with kindness and awareness. We are like explorers traveling through an unknown land. Every day is a new discovery. Every challenge is an opportunity to learn something new about ourselves. In the teachings of the Buddha, there is a strong emphasis on the fact that we are the heirs of our actions. What we think, speak, and do creates the world we live in. If we speak and act with a polluted mind, suffering follows us like the wheel of a cart follows the ox. But if we speak and act with a pure mind, happiness follows us like a shadow that never leaves. This is not a punishment or a reward, but a simple law of cause and effect. By taking responsibility for our own mind, we are taking responsibility for our own happiness. This responsibility is not a burden, but a great empowerment. It means we no longer have to wait for the world to change in order for us to be happy. We don't have to wait for someone else to treat us better, or for our bank account to grow, or for our health to improve. We can start right now, in this very moment, by choosing a more helpful thought or a more compassionate attitude. We are the creators of our own inner atmosphere. We can choose to make it a place of sunshine and warmth, no matter what the weather is like outside. I remember reading about a person who was stuck in a very difficult situation for a long time. When they were finally asked how they survived without losing their mind, they said they spent their time imagining a beautiful garden. They decided that they would not let the outer world dictate their inner world. They focused on building that garden in their mind, flower by flower, path by path. This is a testament to the incredible power of the mind. Even in the most restricted circumstances, the mind can be free. And even in the most free circumstances, the mind can be a prison. Mastery is the process of breaking down the walls of that inner prison. It is about realizing that the door is not locked and never has been. We have been the ones holding the door shut with our fears and our attachments. When we let go, the door swings open and we can step out into the vast, bright world of awareness. It can be scary at first because the prison was familiar, but once we taste the fresh air of freedom, we can never go back. As we continue to share this time together, I want to encourage you to be curious about your own resistance. Often, when we try to quiet the mind or be more present, a part of us will fight back. It will come up with all sorts of reasons why this is a waste of time, or why we can't do it. This resistance is just another movement of the mind, trying to protect the old, familiar ways of being. Instead of fighting the resistance, just notice it. Say, "Oh, look, there is some resistance." By observing it, you are already moving beyond it. You are the observer, not the thing being observed. This subtle shift is the key to everything. It is the difference between being a character in a movie and being the screen on which the movie is projected. The characters might go through all sorts of drama, they might be happy or sad, they might live or die. But the screen remains unchanged. It is always white, always silent, always there. You are that screen. You are the space in which your life is unfolding. When you identify with the screen, the drama of the life loses its power to hurt you. You can enjoy the movie without being terrified by the monsters on the screen. This doesn't mean life becomes boring or that we stop caring. On the contrary, when we are not terrified, we can truly appreciate the beauty and the tragedy of the human experience. We can feel the full range of emotions without being shattered by them. We become more alive, more engaged, and more passionate. We are no longer playing it safe because we are no longer afraid of our own feelings. We have become the masters of our inner house, and every room is filled with light. There is a beautiful poem that describes the mind as a guest house. Every morning, a new arrival. A joy, a depression, a meanness, some momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor. The poem tells us to welcome and entertain them all. Even if they are a crowd of sorrows who violently sweep your house empty of its furniture, still, treat each guest honorably. They may be clearing you out for some new delight. This is the attitude of a master. We don't judge the guests that arrive at our door. We welcome them, learn from them, and then let them go when it is time for them to leave. By welcoming everything, we stop being at war with ourselves. We stop trying to fix or change our feelings and start understanding them. We see that even the most difficult emotions have something to teach us. Anger might be telling us that we feel a sense of injustice. Fear might be telling us that we value something very deeply and are afraid of losing it. When we listen to these messages with kindness, the emotions naturally soften. They no longer have to scream to be heard. Mastering the mind is a lifelong practice, a gentle unfolding of our true potential. It is not about reaching a state where we never have a bad thought again, but about reaching a state where a bad thought doesn't ruin our day. It is about being able to laugh at our own mistakes and forgive ourselves for our own shortcomings. It is about living with a heart that is wide open and a mind that is clear and bright. This is the greatest journey we can ever embark upon, and every moment is a chance to take a step. As we move forward, let us remember that the most important thing is the quality of our heart. A clear mind is a wonderful tool, but it is the heart that gives life its meaning. When the mind and the heart are in harmony, we feel a sense of wholeness and peace that is beyond words. We are no longer divided against ourselves. We are one, integrated, and fully alive. This is the true meaning of mastery. It is the art of being human in all its messy, beautiful glory. The ancient stories tell of a monk who was so peaceful that birds would come and sit on his shoulders while he meditated. They didn't see him as a threat, but as a part of the natural world, as steady and harmless as a tree. This is the kind of peace that is possible when we master our mind. We become a sanctuary not just for ourselves, but for all living beings. We radiate a sense of safety and kindness that everyone can feel. This is the highest form of leadership and the most profound form of service. We all have moments where we feel that peace, if only for a few seconds. Our task is to nurture those moments, to water them and help them grow. We do this by being mindful of how we spend our energy. Are we feeding our fears or our hopes? Are we dwelling on our mistakes or our possibilities? Every choice we make is a vote for the person we are becoming. We have the power to choose a path of wisdom and compassion, and we can start right now. Think about the most peaceful person you know. What is it about them that makes them so calm? Usually, it is not that they have a perfect life, but that they have a different relationship with their mind. They don't let their thoughts run the show. They have learned to step back and observe. They have found that quiet center that we have been talking about. And the good news is, that center is within you too. It is not something you have to go out and find, it is something you have to uncover. It is like a golden statue that has been covered in mud to protect it during a time of war. Over time, people forgot there was gold underneath and started thinking it was just a mud statue. But when someone comes along and scrapes away a bit of the mud, the gold starts to shine through. Our task is to scrape away the mud of our conditioning, our fears, and our habits, so that our true, golden nature can shine. It takes time and effort, but the result is a life of unimaginable radiance. As we continue, let us focus on the breath once more. It is the simplest and most profound way to come back to the present. Feel the air as it enters your nostrils, cool and fresh. Feel it as it leaves, warm and soft. In this simple act of breathing, you are participating in the constant flow of life. You are connected to everything and everyone. There is no separation, only a beautiful, continuous movement of energy. When you are in tune with this movement, you are in tune with the universe. This connection is where our true strength lies. We are not just isolated individuals struggling against a harsh world. We are part of a vast, interconnected web of life. When we master our mind, we stop fighting against this web and start flowing with it. We find that life is not a battle to be won, but a dance to be enjoyed. We learn to move with the music, whether it is fast and upbeat or slow and melancholic. We are always in step, always in harmony. I want to share a final thought for this moment. Remember that you are the author of your own story. The mind is the pen, but you are the one who holds it. You can choose to write a story of struggle and sorrow, or you can choose to write a story of growth and grace. You can choose to be the hero of your own life, not by doing grand deeds, but by being the master of your own inner world. The story is unfolding with every thought, every word, and every action. Make it a story worth telling. Let us be gentle with ourselves as we continue this exploration. It is okay to be a work in progress. In fact, it is a beautiful thing. It means we are still learning, still discovering, and still evolving. Every day is a new page, and the ink is still wet. We have the power to create something beautiful, one moment at a time. And as we do, we will find that the peace we were seeking has been right here, in the quiet spaces between our thoughts, all along. The more we practice, the more we realize that the mind is like a vast library. It contains every book ever written, every story ever told, and every idea ever imagined. But we are not the books, we are the librarian. We can choose which books to read, which stories to believe, and which ideas to follow. We don't have to be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. We can move through the library with a sense of purpose and clarity, selecting only what is helpful and true. This clarity allows us to see through the illusions that often trap us. We see that money, fame, and power are just temporary things that cannot provide lasting happiness. We see that our true wealth is our capacity for love, wisdom, and peace. We stop chasing things that don't matter and start investing in the things that do. Our life becomes simpler, but much more profound. We find that having less on the outside often means having more on the inside. This inner wealth is something that no one can ever take away from us. It is a treasure that is safe from theft, loss, or decay. It grows the more we share it. When we give our love and our peace to others, we don't have less, we have more. This is the beautiful paradox of the spiritual life. The more we give, the more we receive. The more we empty ourselves of our ego and our demands, the more we are filled with the light of awareness. Consider the story of a man who was searching for the key to his house. He was looking for it under a street lamp, even though he had lost it in a dark alleyway. When someone asked him why he was looking there, he said it was because the light was better. This is what we often do. We look for happiness where it is easy and visible, in the bright lights of the world. But the key to our happiness is in the quiet, dark alleyways of our own mind. It is in the places we are often afraid to look. But if we have the courage to enter that darkness with the lamp of awareness, we will surely find the key. And once we find that key, we can open the door to our true home. We can step inside and feel the warmth and the safety that we have been longing for. We can finally rest, knowing that we are exactly where we belong. This is the ultimate goal of mastering the mind, to find our way home to the peace and clarity that is our birthright. It is a journey of discovery, of healing, and of awakening. And it is a journey that we are all taking together, one breath at a time. As we move into the next part of our conversation, let us carry this sense of peace and possibility with us. Let us be open to the stories and insights that are yet to come, and let us continue to explore the wonderful mystery of the mind with a sense of joy and wonder. There is so much more to discover, and every step of the way is an opportunity to be more fully alive. The path is long, but it is beautiful, and we are never alone. Think about the way a lotus flower grows. It starts in the mud at the bottom of a pond. It has to push through the dark, murky water to reach the surface. But once it reaches the light, it opens its petals and becomes a thing of incredible beauty, untouched by the mud it came from. Our mind is like that lotus. We might be in the middle of a muddy, difficult life, but we have the potential to rise above it and bloom. The mud is actually necessary for the lotus to grow, just as our challenges are necessary for our own growth. Without the mud, there would be no flower. So, don't be afraid of the mud in your life. Don't be afraid of the difficult thoughts or the painful emotions. They are the soil in which your wisdom and your compassion are growing. Just keep pushing toward the light. Keep practicing, keep being mindful, and keep being kind. In time, you will reach the surface, and you will open your heart to the world in a way you never thought possible. You will be a source of beauty and inspiration for everyone who sees you. This is the promise of the path. It is not a promise of an easy life, but a promise of a meaningful one. It is a promise that no matter what happens, you can find a way to be at peace. You can find a way to be the master of your own soul. And in doing so, you will find the greatest freedom of all, the freedom to be truly yourself. This is the light that shines in the darkness, the light that can never be extinguished. There is a certain dignity in a person who has mastered their mind. They carry themselves with a quiet confidence that is not based on ego, but on a deep understanding of the nature of things. They are like a mountain that remains still even as the clouds move across its face. They are grounded, stable, and strong. This strength is available to all of us, if we are willing to do the work. It is not the work of a day or a year, but the work of a lifetime. And it is the most rewarding work there is. Let us continue to walk this path with a light heart and a steady step. Let us be curious, let us be kind, and let us be present. The more we do, the more we will see the beauty that is all around us and within us. We will find that life is a miraculous gift, and that we are privileged to be a part of it. Every moment is a chance to wake up. Every moment is a chance to be free. Imagine the mind as a vast ocean. On the surface, there might be huge waves and a lot of noise. But if you dive deep down, it is perfectly calm and still. The deep ocean is always there, even when the surface is chaotic. Our awareness is that deep ocean. We can learn to dive below the waves of our thoughts and find that place of absolute stillness. The more we practice, the easier it becomes to stay in that deep water, even when the storms are raging on the surface. This is the beauty of our human existence. We have the ability to go beyond the limitations of our conditioning and tap into something much larger. We are not just our thoughts, our feelings, or our bodies. We are the awareness that holds it all. When we realize this, we are truly free. We can participate in life fully, without being trapped by it. We can love without clinging, act without attachment, and live without fear. This is the art of mastering the mind, the art of living a life of true mastery and grace. In the stories of the ancient masters, we see that they were often ordinary people who did extraordinary things by simply being present. They didn't have special powers, they just had a special kind of attention. They saw things as they were, without the distortion of their own desires and fears. This clarity allowed them to act with perfect wisdom and compassion. We can all cultivate this kind of attention. It is a natural ability that we all have, we just need to practice using it. Think about the way you look at a tree. Do you really see the tree, or do you just see the word tree and move on? Can you notice the texture of the bark, the way the sunlight filters through the leaves, the subtle movements in the wind? When we really look at something, we feel a connection to it. We realize that we are not separate from the world. We are part of it, and it is part of us. This sense of connection is one of the greatest fruits of a quiet mind. When we feel connected, we naturally want to protect and care for the world. We stop seeing things as objects to be used and start seeing them as precious parts of a larger whole. This is the foundation of a truly ethical and compassionate life. It doesn't come from a set of rules, but from a deep realization of our own interconnectedness. A mastered mind is a compassionate mind, because it sees the truth of our common existence. As we wrap up this portion of our journey, let us take a moment to simply be. No need to do anything, no need to go anywhere. Just be here, in this moment, with this breath. Feel the peace that is already here, waiting for you. This peace is your true home. It is where you belong. And no matter how far you might wander in your thoughts, you can always come back. The door is always open, and the light is always on. In the next part, we will explore more stories and insights that will help us on our journey of mastering the mind. We will look at how to handle difficult people and situations, how to find purpose and meaning, and how to live with a sense of joy and gratitude every single day. There is so much more to share, and I am honored to be on this path with you. Until then, take care of yourself and your precious mind. You are a miracle in progress, and the world is blessed by your presence. Keep in mind that every time you smile at a stranger, or offer a kind word, or simply take a deep breath instead of getting angry, you are mastering your mind. These small acts are the real practice. They are more important than any profound philosophical insight. Because it is in the small moments that our lives are actually lived. It is in the small moments that we build the character and the peace that will sustain us through the big ones. So, as you go about your day, look for those small opportunities to be present and kind. Don't worry about being perfect. Just focus on being a little bit more aware than you were yesterday. That is all it takes. A series of small steps will eventually lead you to the top of the mountain. And the view from there is absolutely breathtaking. You will see your life in a whole new way, and you will understand why every step was worth it. Walking along the shore of a vast ocean, one might notice how the waves never truly cease, they arrive one after another, some crashing with great force, while others gently lick the sand and retreat back into the deep. This is much like the constant stream of feelings that pass through our hearts, and if we try to fight them, we only find ourselves exhausted and breathless. There was once a young girl who lived near a great river, and she spent her days trying to build a wall of stones to stop the water from flowing. She worked until her hands were raw and her back ached, yet the water always found a way through, trickling between the gaps or rising above the stones. An elder passing by watched her for a while and then sat down beside her, suggesting that instead of trying to stop the river, she might learn to build a boat. When we build a boat, we are not changing the water, we are changing how we relate to it, allowing ourselves to rise and fall with the current without being submerged. This is the essence of making the mind a companion rather than an enemy. It is about developing the buoyancy of spirit that allows us to stay afloat even when the tides of life are at their highest. There is a story of a traveler who arrived at a monastery and saw a group of monks sitting in perfect silence, looking as still as statues. He asked the head monk if they had finally managed to kill their desires and empty their minds of all noise. The head monk laughed softly and said that they were not trying to kill anything, for a mind that is dead is of no use to anyone. Instead, he compared the mind to a wild horse that has lived its whole life running free on the plains. If you try to tie that horse to a short post with a heavy rope, it will kick and scream and eventually hurt itself or break the rope. But if you put that horse in a very large, open field with a sturdy fence far in the distance, the horse will run and play and eventually, seeing that it has plenty of space, it will grow calm and lie down of its own accord. Our thoughts are that horse, and our awareness is the vast field. When we give our thoughts space to exist without immediately trying to tether them, they lose their frantic energy and naturally settle into a state of quiet. In the chronicles of the past, there is an account of a king who was gifted a beautiful, intricate mirror that was said to show not just the face of the person looking into it, but the state of their soul. When the king looked into it while he was angry, the mirror appeared dark and jagged. When he looked into it while he was filled with pride, the mirror seemed to glow with a cold, harsh light. He became obsessed with trying to make the mirror look beautiful all the time, but the more he tried to force a smile or pretend to be calm, the more the mirror reflected his inner tension. One day, he simply sat before the mirror and stopped trying to look like anything at all. He just allowed himself to be tired, to be uncertain, and to be human. In that moment of total honesty, the mirror became as clear and bright as a diamond. This is the lesson of the mirror of the mind. It does not require us to be perfect, it only requires us to be authentic. When we stop performing for ourselves and start observing with honesty, the distortion vanishes. It is helpful to think about the words we use when we describe our internal experiences, as the language of the mind often shapes the reality of the heart. Many of us say things like "I am worried" or "I am sad," which fuses our entire identity with a passing cloud of emotion. If we change those words slightly to "I notice a feeling of worry arising," we create a small but vital distance. This distance is the birthplace of wisdom, for it reminds us that we are the observer of the worry, not the worry itself. A mother does not become the crying child she holds, she is the one who provides the comfort and the steady presence that allows the child to eventually find peace. We can be that wise, compassionate mother to our own restless thoughts, holding them with a sense of tenderness without becoming lost in their drama. There was a humble potter who worked in a village during the time of the Buddha, and he was known for the incredible grace with which he handled the clay. A visitor asked him how he remained so focused and peaceful despite the heat of the kiln and the repetitive nature of his work. The potter explained that when he puts the clay on the wheel, he does not think about the finished pot, nor does he think about the pots he made yesterday. He simply feels the cool, wet earth between his fingers and listens to the hum of the spinning wheel. He said that if his mind wanders to the market or to his family's troubles, his hands lose their sensitivity and the clay collapses. But when his mind and his hands are one, the clay seems to shape itself. This unity of being is a form of mastery that is available to us in every single thing we do, whether we are washing a dish, typing a letter, or walking down a busy street. It is the practice of being whole in every fragment of time. Consider the way a tree stands in a field during the changing of the seasons. In the spring, it is full of blossoms, and in the summer, it is heavy with green leaves. When autumn comes, it lets those leaves go, allowing them to fall to the ground and turn into soil. In the winter, it stands bare against the cold sky, looking almost as if it were dead. Yet, the tree does not cling to its leaves in the autumn, nor does it despair in the winter. It trusts the cycle of life, knowing that the roots are deep and the sap will rise again when the time is right. Our minds often struggle because we want to stay in the summer forever, clinging to the moments of joy and trying to push away the winters of our lives. But mastery is found in the ability to let the leaves fall when it is time, knowing that our true essence is not found in the leaves, but in the roots that remain steady beneath the surface. There is a beautiful teaching about the nature of light and shadow that can help us understand the darker parts of our minds. We often spend so much energy trying to run away from our shadows, or trying to fight them, not realizing that a shadow has no power of its own. It is simply an absence of light, a place where the sun's rays are being blocked by something solid. If we want to get rid of a shadow, we don't need to attack it with a sword, we simply need to move the object that is blocking the light or bring a lamp into the room. Our fears, our insecurities, and our past mistakes are the shadows of our mind. They only seem solid and terrifying because we are looking away from the light of our own awareness. When we turn toward them with a spirit of gentle inquiry, we find that they are not enemies to be defeated, but parts of ourselves that are simply waiting to be seen and understood. There was a group of students who were once complaining to their teacher about how difficult it was to stay calm when other people were being rude or unfair. The teacher took them to a field where there was a large, ancient bell hanging from a wooden frame. He told one student to hit the bell with a heavy stick, and the bell let out a loud, resonating sound that vibrated through the air for a long time. Then, the teacher told the student to go to a nearby pond and hit the surface of the water with the same stick. The water splashed for a moment, and then the ripples quickly faded away, leaving the surface as smooth as before. The teacher explained that when we have a mind like a bell, every criticism or insult makes us ring with anger and resentment, and that sound can echo within us for days. But when we cultivate a mind like water, the insults may hit us, but they cannot leave a lasting mark. We allow the energy to pass through us and return to our natural state of stillness. This state of water-like receptivity is not a form of weakness, it is the ultimate strength. Water is the softest thing in the world, yet it can wear away the hardest stone over time. It does not fight the obstacles in its path, it simply flows around them, finding the lowest point and the path of least resistance. When we stop fighting against the reality of our lives and start flowing with it, we find a source of power that is much greater than our own individual will. We become part of the great rhythm of the universe, and we find that we are supported in ways we never imagined. This is what it means to lead a life of grace. It is the art of effortless action, where we do what needs to be done without the friction of ego or the weight of expectation. Imagine for a moment that you are sitting on a train, looking out the window as the landscape flies by. You see trees, houses, mountains, and rivers. Some of the sights are beautiful, and you might want to linger on them, while others are plain or even ugly, and you might want them to pass more quickly. But the train keeps moving at its own pace, and you cannot hold on to any single image. Your thoughts and experiences are that landscape, and you are the passenger. The problem arises when we try to jump out of the window to hold on to a beautiful tree, or when we try to push the ugly houses away. We end up getting hurt and losing our balance. Mastery is the ability to sit comfortably in the seat of our own awareness, watching the scenery of life go by with a sense of appreciation and detachment, knowing that the journey itself is the destination. In the old scrolls, there is a story of a woman who was known for her incredible patience. No matter what happened, she always responded with a gentle smile and a kind word. A skeptic decided to test her by following her around and shouting insults at her for an entire day. He called her names, he mocked her family, and he tried every way he could to make her lose her temper. At the end of the day, exhausted and frustrated, he asked her why she wasn't angry. She looked at him with eyes full of compassion and asked, "If someone offers you a gift and you refuse to accept it, to whom does the gift belong?" The man replied that it would still belong to the person who tried to give it. The woman nodded and said, "In the same way, I have chosen not to accept your anger and your insults, so they still belong to you." This is the power of a mastered mind. It has the ability to choose what it accepts and what it leaves behind. We often think that we are obligated to feel a certain way because of what someone else said or did. We feel that we have to be angry because we were treated unfairly, or that we have to be sad because we lost something. But these feelings are not mandatory. They are habits of the mind that we have practiced for so long that they feel automatic. When we begin to see these habits for what they are, we can start to experiment with different responses. We can choose to respond to unfairness with clarity and firmness rather than anger. We can choose to respond to loss with gratitude for what we once had rather than just sorrow for what is gone. This choice is the ultimate expression of our human freedom. There was a monk who lived in a small hut on the side of a mountain, and he spent his days meditating and tending to a small garden. One night, a thief broke into his hut, but found that there was nothing to steal. The monk, sensing the man's disappointment, took off his only robe and handed it to the thief, saying that he was sorry the man had come so far and found nothing. The thief was so confused and startled that he took the robe and ran away into the night. The monk sat outside his hut, looking at the moon, and felt a deep sense of peace. He thought to himself that he wished he could have given the poor man the beautiful moon as well. This story reminds us that when we are not attached to things, even to our own comfort or our own sense of being a victim, we cannot be robbed. Our true wealth is our capacity for generosity and our ability to find beauty in the simplest things. Mastering the mind is also about learning how to handle the quiet moments of life. Many of us are afraid of silence because it is in the silence that our unhealed wounds and our deepest fears tend to surface. We fill our days with noise, with screens, and with constant activity to avoid being alone with our own thoughts. But the silence is not a void, it is a space for healing. It is like the darkness of the soil that allows a seed to crack open and grow. When we stop running from the silence and start embracing it, we find that it has a voice of its own. It tells us the truths we have been too busy to hear. It reminds us of who we are when we are not trying to be anything for anyone else. Think of your mind as a house with many rooms. Some rooms are bright and airy, filled with the memories of happy times. Other rooms are dusty and dark, filled with the things we would rather forget. Most of us spend all our time in the bright rooms, locking the doors to the dark ones and pretending they don't exist. But a house is only truly ours when we can walk through every room without fear. Mastery is the process of opening those locked doors, one by one, and letting the fresh air and the light of our awareness flow in. We might find some broken furniture or some old cobwebs, but we also find that the rooms are not as scary as we thought they were. They are just parts of our own history, waiting to be cleaned and integrated into the whole. There is a legendary story about a master who was asked how to achieve enlightenment. He told his student to go and sit by a busy road and count how many people passed by with a smile on their faces and how many passed by with a frown. The student did this for several days and returned, saying that almost everyone seemed to be in a rush, looking worried or unhappy. The master then asked the student to look at his own face in a mirror. The student saw that he too was wearing a look of worry and concentration. The master smiled and said that the world is a mirror. If you want to see a world of smiles, you must first bring a smile to your own face. This is not about being fake or forced, but about realizing that our inner state radiates outward and colors everything we see. When we cultivate a joy within ourselves, we start to see that joy reflected back to us in the most unexpected places. A person who is mastering their mind is like a musician who is learning to tune their instrument. At first, the notes might be sharp or flat, and the music might sound discordant. But with practice, the musician learns to hear the subtle differences and adjust the strings with precision. Eventually, the instrument is in perfect tune, and the music flows effortlessly. We are both the musician and the instrument. Our thoughts and emotions are the strings, and our life is the music. Every day is a chance to tune ourselves, to find that harmony between our inner world and the outer world. When we are in tune, we don't have to try to be good or try to be happy, we simply are. Consider the life of a small bird that builds its nest in the branches of a tree. When a storm comes and the wind shakes the branches, the bird does not panic. It does not try to hold on to the tree with all its might. It simply sits on the branch, and if the branch breaks, the bird has wings. It knows that its safety does not come from the branch, but from its own ability to fly. This is the kind of confidence that comes from a mastered mind. We realize that our security does not come from our jobs, our bank accounts, or our relationships, but from our own inner strength and resilience. We have wings of awareness and wisdom that allow us to fly even when the branches of our lives are breaking. There was a traveler who was walking across a vast desert, and he was carrying a heavy bag of stones on his back. He was tired and thirsty, and the bag felt heavier with every step. Another traveler saw him and asked why he was carrying the stones. The man looked surprised and said that he had started carrying them so long ago that he had forgotten why, but he felt he couldn't put them down because they were his. The second traveler smiled and said that the desert doesn't care if you carry the stones or not, it will be just as hot and just as wide either way. The man realized the truth of this and dropped the bag. He felt so light that he was able to run the rest of the way. We all carry bags of stones, the stones of past regrets, of grudges we hold against others, and of the heavy expectations we place on ourselves. We can choose to put the bag down at any moment. The world will not stop turning, and we will finally be free to move with ease. This process of letting go is not a one-time event, but a daily practice. It is like the way we breathe, we take in what we need and we let out what we don't. If we try to hold our breath, we become tense and uncomfortable. If we try to hold on to our thoughts and emotions, we become mentally and spiritually suffocated. Letting go is the exhale of the soul. It is the act of trusting that there will be another breath, another moment, and another opportunity. When we live with this sense of trust, our lives become much more fluid and open. We are no longer trying to control the uncontrollable, we are dancing with the mystery of it all. In the teachings of the wise, there is a concept called the path of no effort. This does not mean being lazy or doing nothing, it means acting without the strain of the ego. It is like the way a flower blooms, it doesn't struggle to open its petals, it simply does so when the conditions are right. When we align our mind with the natural flow of life, our actions become spontaneous and appropriate. We say the right thing at the right time because we are listening deeply. We do the right thing because we are not blinded by our own selfish desires. This is the highest level of mastery, where the master and the path become one. I often think about the image of a clear, still mountain lake. When the water is undisturbed, it reflects the surrounding peaks and the blue sky with perfect clarity. If you throw a pebble into the lake, the reflection is broken by ripples. If you keep throwing pebbles, the lake becomes a jumble of moving water and you can see nothing. Most of us spend our lives throwing pebbles into the lake of our mind, pebbles of judgment, of worry, and of desire. We wonder why we can't see the truth of our lives, not realizing that we are the ones causing the ripples. If we can learn to stop throwing the pebbles, the water will naturally return to its state of perfect reflection. The truth is not something we have to create, it is something that is revealed when we are still. This stillness is not a cold or distant state, it is filled with a warmth and a vibrancy that is hard to describe. It is the feeling of being completely at home in your own skin. It is the sense that, in this moment, everything is exactly as it should be. Even if there is pain, even if there is difficulty, there is a fundamental rightness to it all. This is the peace that passes all understanding. It is the ground upon which we can build a life of true meaning and purpose. From this place of peace, we can reach out to others with a genuine heart, offering our help and our presence without needing anything in return. There is an old story of a man who went to a sage and asked how he could become more compassionate. The sage told him to spend an entire day treating every person he met as if they were his own mother. The man went out and tried his best. He was kind to the merchant, he was patient with the beggar, and he was helpful to the child. At the end of the day, he felt a sense of love and connection that he had never experienced before. He realized that the way he treated others was not just for their benefit, but for his own. Compassion is the natural expression of a mind that has seen through the illusion of separation. When we realize that we are all part of the same human family, kindness is the only thing that makes sense. Mastering the mind is the path to this realization. It is the journey from the small, isolated self to the vast, interconnected reality of all life. It is like a drop of water realizing that it is not just a drop, but the entire ocean. This realization does not destroy the drop, but it gives it a sense of vastness and power that it never had before. We are that drop, and the mind is the barrier that makes us think we are separate. When we master the mind, the barrier becomes transparent, and we can see our true nature in everything and everyone. This journey requires a great deal of courage, for it means facing the parts of ourselves that we have spent a lifetime avoiding. It means being willing to be wrong, to be vulnerable, and to be transformed. But the rewards are infinitely greater than the challenges. We find a sense of freedom that no one can take away. We find a joy that does not depend on our circumstances. And we find a peace that remains steady even in the middle of a storm. This is the promise of the path, and it is a promise that is being fulfilled in every moment that we choose to be present and aware. Think of a time when you were completely absorbed in a creative task, perhaps painting, or gardening, or playing a musical instrument. In those moments, you forgot about yourself. Your worries and your plans vanished, and there was only the act of creation. This is called the state of flow, and it is a glimpse into the life of a mastered mind. In this state, we are not doing the work is doing itself through us. There is no friction, no effort, only a beautiful unfolding. We can learn to bring this state of flow into every aspect of our lives, turning our daily routines into a work of art. The more we live in this way, the more we see that our life is not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived. We stop asking why things are the way they are and start asking how we can best respond to them. We become more curious and less judgmental. We see that every person we meet has a story, a struggle, and a spark of the divine. This understanding changes the way we walk through the world. We move with more gentleness, we speak with more kindness, and we listen with more heart. In the chronicles of the ancient masters, there is a story of a teacher who was asked what the most important thing in life was. He replied that the most important thing is to be fully present for whatever you are doing right now. If you are drinking tea, the most important thing is to drink tea. If you are talking to a friend, the most important thing is to listen to your friend. This sounds so simple, yet it is the hardest thing in the world for most of us to do. Our minds are always somewhere else, planning the next moment or reliving the last one. But when we are truly present, we find that every moment is enough. Every moment is a universe in itself. Mastering the mind is the art of returning to the present, again and again, with a sense of patience and love. It is not about reaching a state of constant perfection, but about being willing to start over whenever we lose our way. Each time we come back to the present, we are strengthening our connection to the source of our own being. We are coming home to ourselves. And the more we come home, the more we realize that we never really left. We were just dreaming that we were far away. As we go through the rest of our day, let us try to be a bit more like the water in the pond, or the tree in the field, or the bird on the branch. Let us trust the natural wisdom of our own hearts and the steady presence of our own awareness. Let us be kind to ourselves and to all the thoughts and feelings that pass through us. We are all on this journey together, and every step is a sacred one. The more we master our minds, the more we can master our lives, turning them into a beautiful offering of peace and love to the world. The quiet strength of a steady mind is like a lighthouse on a rocky coast. It doesn't move, it doesn't shout, it simply shines its light. That light helps others find their way, avoiding the rocks and finding the safe harbor. By being the master of your own mind, you are becoming a lighthouse for everyone around you. You don't have to do anything special, you just have to be who you are, in all your clarity and peace. This is the highest service you can offer to the world. There is an old saying that the mind is a wonderful servant but a terrible master. When we let the mind run our lives, we are led by our fears, our cravings, and our illusions. We are never truly satisfied, and we are always looking for the next thing. But when we take our place as the master, the mind becomes a powerful tool for good. It can help us solve problems, create beauty, and connect with others. It is all a matter of who is in charge. By practicing mindfulness and compassion, we are reclaiming our throne. We are becoming the true kings and queens of our own inner realm. This mastery does not mean we are in control of everything that happens, but it means we are in control of our own reaction. We see that our happiness is an internal choice, not an external condition. This realization is incredibly liberating. It means that we can be happy even when things are not going our way. It means that our peace is not at the mercy of the world. We have found the treasure that is hidden within us, and we are finally free to enjoy it. Think about a gardener tending to a plot of land. They don't control the rain or the sun, but they can prepare the soil, plant the seeds, and pull the weeds. Our mind is our plot of land. We can't control the external events of our lives, but we can tend to our inner garden. We can cultivate the soil of our awareness, plant seeds of kindness, and pull the weeds of negative habits. Over time, our garden will become a place of beauty and abundance, providing fruit not just for ourselves, but for everyone who passes by. As we continue to walk this path, let us be mindful of the seeds we are planting in every moment. Let us choose seeds of love, of understanding, and of peace. And let us be patient with the growth, knowing that everything happens in its own time. The more we tend to our inner garden, the more we will find that our life becomes a reflection of the beauty and the order we have created within. This is the natural law of the mind, and it is a law that we can use to create a life of true mastery and joy. The path of the mind is a path of discovery, where we learn to see the world with new eyes. We see that the ordinary is extraordinary, that the mundane is sacred, and that every moment is a miracle. We find that the peace we were looking for is not in some distant heaven, but right here, in the middle of our daily lives. All we have to do is wake up and see it. All we have to do is be present. There is a sense of wonder that comes with this awakening, a sense that we are participating in something vast and beautiful. We feel a deep sense of gratitude for the gift of life, in all its complexity and mystery. We see that we are not just characters in a story, but the authors, the readers, and the very paper upon which the story is written. We are the whole thing, and the realization of this truth is the ultimate mastery. Let us carry this sense of wonder and gratitude into the next part of our journey. Let us continue to explore the depths of our own mind with a sense of adventure and love. There is so much more to see, so much more to learn, and so much more to become. We are on the greatest adventure of all, the adventure of the human spirit. And we are taking it one breath, one thought, and one step at a time. Imagine a giant mountain that has been there for millions of years. It has seen the rise and fall of civilizations, the changing of climates, and the passage of countless seasons. Through it all, the mountain remains steady and unmoved. Our true nature is like that mountain. The events of our lives are like the clouds that drift by, sometimes dark and heavy, sometimes light and bright. But the mountain is always there, beneath the clouds. When we connect with our true nature, we find a stability that is beyond the reach of time and change. This connection is what gives us the courage to face the challenges of our lives. We know that whatever happens, the mountain remains. We can face our fears, our losses, and our uncertainties with a sense of equanimity. We are no longer afraid of the clouds, because we know they are not the mountain. This is the wisdom of a mastered mind. It knows the difference between what is fleeting and what is eternal. It stays focused on the eternal, even as it participates in the fleeting. In the stories of old, there was a man who went to a teacher and said that he wanted to find God. The teacher took him to a river and held his head underwater for a long time. When the man finally surfaced, gasping for air, the teacher asked him what he had wanted most while he was underwater. The man shouted that he had wanted air. The teacher nodded and said that when you want the truth as much as you wanted that air, you will find it. This story shows us the intensity and the dedication that is required for this journey. It is not something we can do half-heartedly. It requires our whole being, our whole heart, and our whole mind. But this dedication is not a grim or heavy thing. It is fueled by a deep love and a profound sense of purpose. We are not just trying to improve ourselves, we are trying to wake up to the reality of our own existence. We are trying to find our way home. And every step of the way is filled with the joy of discovery and the warmth of connection. The more we seek the truth, the more we find that the truth is seeking us. Let us be honest with ourselves about what we truly want. Do we want more things, more approval, and more comfort, or do we want to know the truth of who we are? If we want the truth, then every moment is an opportunity to find it. Every interaction is a chance to practice kindness. Every challenge is a chance to practice patience. Every silence is a chance to practice awareness. This is how we master the mind, by using every bit of our life as fuel for our awakening. The light of a clear mind is like the morning sun, rising over the horizon and chasing away the shadows of the night. It reveals the world in all its freshness and beauty. It gives us the energy to start our day with a sense of hope and possibility. By mastering your own mind, you are bringing that morning sun into your own life and the lives of everyone you meet. You are becoming a source of light and warmth in a world that often feels cold and dark. There is a great peace in knowing that you are on the right path. You don't have to be at the end of the journey to feel the benefits. Every step you take toward mastery brings a sense of relief and clarity. You feel more aligned with your own values and more connected to the world around you. This sense of alignment is the true meaning of success. It is not about what you have, but about who you are and how you live. As we move forward, let us remember that the mind is not something to be conquered, but something to be befriended. We are not at war with our own thoughts, we are learning to understand them. We are not trying to suppress our emotions, we are learning to hold them with compassion. This gentle approach is the most effective way to achieve lasting change. When we treat ourselves with love, the mind naturally becomes more cooperative and peaceful. It wants to be at home in a heart that is kind. Think of a small child who is learning to play a new game. If you shout at them and criticize their every move, they will become anxious and discouraged. But if you encourage them and celebrate their progress, they will learn with joy and enthusiasm. Our mind is like that child. It needs our encouragement and our patience. When we celebrate our small moments of awareness, the mind is encouraged to be more aware. When we are kind to ourselves after a mistake, the mind is more willing to try again. This is the way of the heart, and it is the most beautiful way to live. I invite you to take a deep breath and feel the life flowing through you. Feel the energy in your hands, the warmth in your chest, and the clarity in your mind. You are a magnificent being, with a capacity for love and wisdom that is beyond measure. Your mind is a precious tool that can help you realize your full potential. May you use it with wisdom, tend to it with love, and find the peace that is your true nature. We are all walking each other home, and every step is a blessing. The journey continues with every breath, and there is so much more to explore. We will look at how to navigate the complexities of our relationships, how to find balance in a busy world, and how to maintain our inner peace in the face of adversity. Each of these topics is a thread in the beautiful tapestry of a mastered life. As we weave them together, we will see the grand design of our own existence, a design that is filled with beauty, meaning, and love. Remember that the most important thing is not what you know, but how you live. Mastery is not an intellectual achievement, it is a way of being. It is the way you talk to your neighbor, the way you handle a difficult task, and the way you sit in silence. It is in the quality of your presence in every moment. So, as you go about your life, focus on that presence. Let it be your guide and your anchor. And you will find that the mastery you were seeking is already here, within you, waiting to be lived. There is a sense of joy that comes with this realization, a joy that is quiet and steady. It is the joy of being truly alive. It is the joy of knowing that you have the power to shape your own experience and create a life of beauty and peace. This joy is your birthright, and it is available to you right now. All you have to do is turn your attention inward and listen to the quiet voice of your own heart. It is telling you that you are loved, that you are wise, and that you are already home. Let us be grateful for this opportunity to share and to grow. Let us be grateful for the wisdom of the ancient masters and the steady light of our own awareness. And let us be grateful for the simple miracle of this moment. In the silence of our own hearts, we find the answers we have been looking for. We find the peace that the world cannot give, and the world cannot take away. This is the treasure of a mastered mind, and it is yours to keep forever. The light is always there, even when we can't see it. The sun is always shining, even when it is night on our side of the world. Our true nature is always at peace, even when our mind is chaotic. By mastering the mind, we are simply turning our side of the world back toward the sun. We are coming back into the light. And the light is always ready to welcome us home, with open arms and a heart full of love. As we move into the next part of our conversation, let us hold on to this vision of the light. Let it guide us and inspire us as we continue to explore the mysteries of our own being. There is so much more to see, and the journey is just beginning. Let us walk with confidence and grace, knowing that we are supported by the very fabric of the universe. Every step is a sacred dance, and we are the dancers. In the stories of the old days, there was a traveler who came to a crossroads and didn't know which way to go. A wise person happened to be sitting there and told him that it didn't matter which road he took, as long as he walked it with awareness. Because every road leads to the same place if you are truly present. That place is right here, in the center of your own being. So, don't worry about whether you are on the right road or the wrong road. Just focus on your steps. Focus on your breath. And you will find that every road is the right road, and every moment is the right moment. This is the freedom of a mastered mind. It is not tied to any particular outcome or any particular path. It is free to move in any direction, with a sense of ease and joy. It knows that the destination is already here, and the journey is just a way of celebrating that fact. So, let us celebrate together. Let us dance through the mountains and the valleys of our lives, with hearts full of love and minds as clear as the morning sky. The journey is beautiful, and we are the ones who make it so. There is a subtle, quiet rhythm to the way a mountain stream finds its path through the rugged terrain, never arguing with the rocks in its way, yet always moving forward with a soft, persistent energy. If the stream meets a giant boulder, it simply flows around it, and if it falls into a deep hollow, it fills the space until it can overflow and continue its journey. This fluid grace is exactly how a mastered mind operates when faced with the unexpected turns of life. It does not waste energy in resistance, but instead adapts and finds the opening. There was once a village where the people were very proud of their ability to predict the weather, and they spent all their time worrying about the coming storms or the possible droughts. One old farmer, however, never seemed concerned, and when asked for his secret, he said that when it rains, he lets it rain, and when the sun shines, he lets it shine. This was not a sign of indifference, but a profound understanding of what is within our power and what is not. We spend so much of our mental life trying to bargain with reality, wishing things were different than they are, but the moment we stop fighting what is, we find the clarity to decide what we should do next. Imagine a weaver working at a loom, carefully selecting each thread to create a complex and beautiful pattern. If a thread snaps, the weaver does not throw away the whole cloth in anger, they simply tie a small, neat knot and continue the work. Our lives are like that cloth, and our thoughts are the threads we use to build our days. Sometimes, the threads of our plans break, or the colors of our emotions become darker than we intended, but the mastery lies in the ability to keep weaving. We can look at the knots in our past not as failures, but as part of the unique texture of our story. A perfect, unblemished fabric has no character. It is the irregularities and the way we handle them that give the tapestry of our life its depth and meaning. When we stop demanding that our lives be a straight, unbroken line, we begin to appreciate the intricate beauty of the curves and the knots that make us who we are. There is an old story of a young monk who was sent to gather water from a well using a bucket that had a tiny hole in the bottom. He was frustrated because by the time he walked back to the kitchen, half the water had leaked out onto the dusty path. He complained to his teacher that his effort was being wasted and that he was failing in his duty. The teacher smiled and asked the young monk to look back at the path he had been walking every day for a month. To the monk's surprise, the side of the path where the water had leaked was now lined with beautiful, vibrant wildflowers, while the other side remained dry and barren. This is often how our mind perceives our own imperfections. We see the leak, the flaw, or the mistake, and we think we are failing. But in the larger design of life, those very flaws might be watering something beautiful that we cannot yet see. Mastering the mind involves trusting that even our struggles have a purpose and that being imperfect is not the same as being unworthy. Consider the way a master archer approaches their target. They do not focus solely on the bullseye with a tense, narrowed vision that excludes the rest of the world. Instead, they become aware of the wind, the weight of the bow, the rhythm of their own heartbeat, and the space between themselves and the target. They do not hold the string with a grip of steel, but with a firm yet relaxed hand that allows for a smooth release. If we grip our desires and our goals too tightly, we lose the flexibility needed to reach them. The mind that is obsessed with the result is often too shaky to perform the action. By learning to let go of the attachment to the outcome, we can put all our energy into the present action. This is the secret of high performance in any area of life. It is the ability to be so present in the doing that the result takes care of itself. There was a group of children playing by a pond, and they were trying to catch the reflection of the moon in their hands. Every time they reached into the water, the surface shattered and the moon disappeared, leaving them with nothing but wet palms and disappointment. An old woman sitting nearby watched them and suggested that if they wanted to see the moon clearly, they should stop touching the water and simply sit still. As the water settled, the moon reappeared, perfect and bright on the surface. We often treat our happiness like those children treat the moon. We try to grab it, to hold it, and to force it to stay. But happiness is like the reflection on the water. It is a byproduct of a quiet and settled mind. When we stop chasing after joy with such frantic hands, we find that it has been sitting quietly within us the whole time, waiting for the ripples of our craving to subside. In the teachings of the ancient sages, much is said about the power of the middle way, which is like the path of a tightrope walker who remains balanced by constantly making small, subtle adjustments. If they lean too far to the left, they fall, and if they lean too far to the right, they fall. They do not stay upright by being rigid, but by being sensitive to every movement of the air and every shift in their own weight. Our lives require this same kind of dynamic balance. We must find the middle ground between being too busy and too idle, between being too serious and too light-hearted, between caring too much and not caring enough. This balance is not a static point we reach, but a continuous process of staying awake and aware. When we master our mind, we become the expert tightrope walker of our own destiny, moving through the highs and lows with a steady heart and a clear gaze. There is a profound beauty in the way a forest recovers after a fire. The black, charred earth seems like a place of total devastation, yet beneath the surface, the seeds are waiting. Soon, small shoots of green begin to emerge, and eventually, the forest becomes even more lush and diverse than before. Our minds go through seasons of fire as well, times of loss, heartbreak, or failure that seem to leave us empty and ruined. But the fire of life often clears away the old, dead wood of our ego and our false beliefs, making room for a new kind of growth. If we can sit with the ashes of our plans without giving up, we will see the new shoots of wisdom and resilience starting to grow. This is the resilience of the soul that has learned to master the mind. It knows that destruction is often just a precursor to a deeper kind of creation. Think about a musician practicing a difficult piece of music on a violin. At first, their fingers are clumsy, and the notes are screechy and out of tune. They might feel like throwing the instrument away in frustration. But if they keep practicing with patience and a gentle heart, something magical happens. The muscles in their hands begin to remember the movements, and their ears begin to hear the music before it is even played. Eventually, the violin is no longer an object outside of them, it becomes an extension of their own body and soul. Our mind is that instrument, and the art of living is the music we play. In the beginning, our thoughts are chaotic and our emotions are discordant, but with steady, kind practice, we learn to play the beautiful melody of our true nature. We realize that the squeaky notes were just part of the learning process, and we no longer judge ourselves for them. There was a traveler who was very afraid of the dark, and one night they had to walk through a forest to reach the next town. They carried a small lantern that only lit up a few feet of the path ahead of them. They were terrified because they couldn't see the end of the road or the dangers that might be hiding in the shadows far away. They sat down and refused to move, paralyzed by the vast darkness. A wise person happened to pass by and asked why they had stopped. The traveler explained their fear of the unknown path ahead. The wise person laughed gently and said, "You don't need to see the whole path to reach the town, you only need enough light for the next step. As long as you keep taking that one lit step, you will eventually walk through the entire forest." Our mind often overwhelms us by trying to figure out the next 10 years of our life all at once. We feel anxious because we don't have all the answers. But mastery is realizing that we only ever need to navigate the next few feet. If we can handle this moment with grace, we have everything we need to handle the whole of our life. The quality of our life is determined by the quality of the questions we ask ourselves in the privacy of our own thoughts. If we constantly ask, "Why is this happening to me?" or "What if everything goes wrong?" we train our mind to be a victim and a worrier. But if we shift our questions to, "What can I learn from this?" or "How can I show kindness in this situation?" we train our mind to be a student and a light. This simple shift in our internal dialogue is like turning a rudder on a massive ship. It might seem small, but over time, it changes our entire destination. A mastered mind is one that has learned to ask questions that open doors rather than questions that build walls. It is a mind that looks for the hidden blessing in every challenge and the secret teacher in every person we meet. Imagine you are a sculptor working on a block of marble. You do not create the statue by adding things to the stone, but by chipping away everything that is not the statue. The figure is already inside, waiting to be revealed. Our journey of mastering the mind is very similar. We are not trying to become something we are not, we are chipping away the layers of fear, the habits of judgment, and the heavy coats of ego that hide our true, brilliant self. Every time we choose to let go of a grudge, we are chipping away a piece of stone. Every time we choose to be honest instead of hiding, we are revealing a bit more of the masterpiece within. We don't need to be afraid of the hammer and the chisel of life's experiences, they are the tools that are helping us become who we truly are. There is a story of a great king who wanted to find the most beautiful painting in the world. He held a contest, and many artists brought works of incredible detail and vibrant color. One painting showed a peaceful lake reflecting a clear blue sky, another showed a majestic mountain at sunrise. But the painting the king chose as the most beautiful was a picture of a dark, stormy sky with jagged lightning and a crashing waterfall. In the middle of the painting, on a tiny branch hanging over the roaring water, was a small bird sitting in its nest. The bird looked perfectly calm, tucked under its wing, sleeping peacefully while the storm raged all around. The king said this was true beauty because it showed that peace is not the absence of trouble, but the presence of stillness in the middle of it. This is the heart of mastering the mind. We are not trying to make the world stop being stormy, we are trying to be like that little bird, finding our nest of peace right in the middle of the roar. When we look at the world, we often see it through the lens of our own past experiences. If we have been hurt, we see the world as a dangerous place. If we have been successful, we see it as a land of opportunity. This lens is like a pair of tinted glasses that we forgot we were wearing. Mastery is the ability to take off the glasses and see the world as it actually is, in all its raw, unfiltered reality. This takes a tremendous amount of honesty because it means admitting that many of our beliefs are just stories we have told ourselves to feel safe. When we drop the stories, we might feel a bit exposed at first, but we also feel an incredible sense of freedom. We no longer have to defend our version of reality, we can simply participate in it. Think about a candle burning in a room. Its flame is small and delicate, yet it has the power to push back the darkness. Even if the room is vast and the shadows are deep, the light of the candle remains steady as long as there is no wind. Our awareness is that flame. The wind is our uncontrolled thoughts and our wild emotions. When we learn to settle the mind, the flame of our awareness becomes steady and bright. It doesn't need to be a giant bonfire to be effective, it just needs to be constant. With a steady light, we can see where we are going, we can avoid the obstacles, and we can even light the way for others. This is why the practice of stillness is so important. It is the process of creating a windbreak around the flame of our soul. There was an old clockmaker who was known for making clocks that never lost a second. Someone asked him how he managed to keep such perfect time. He explained that a clock is made of hundreds of tiny parts, and if even one of them is slightly out of alignment, the whole clock will eventually slow down or speed up. He said that every day, he takes a moment to listen to the heartbeat of the clock. If he hears a tiny skip or a rub, he fixes it immediately before it becomes a big problem. Our life is a collection of many small moments, and if we are not paying attention, small misalignments in our thoughts can grow into big problems in our character. Mastering the mind is about listening to the heartbeat of our own integrity every day. It is about making those tiny adjustments in our speech and our actions so that our life remains in harmony with our deepest values. There is a legendary tale of a person who found a magic lamp that could grant any wish, but with one condition: they had to keep the genie busy every second, or the genie would eat them. The person wished for a palace, a great fortune, and a beautiful family, but the genie did those things in an instant and then stood there, ready to eat the person. In a panic, the person went to a wise teacher for help. The teacher told them to find a tall pole and plant it in the ground, then tell the genie to climb up the pole and down again, and to keep doing that until told to stop. This genie is a metaphor for our mind. It is incredibly powerful and can create wonderful things, but if it is not given a task, it starts to eat us alive with worry and overthinking. The pole is the present moment, or the simple act of watching the breath. When the mind has nothing useful to do, we tell it to come back to the breath, to go up and down with the rhythm of life. This keeps the mind from becoming a destructive force and turns it into a useful servant. In the gardens of the old monasteries, the monks often spent time raking the sand into perfect, flowing patterns. To an outsider, this might seem like a pointless task, especially since the wind would eventually blow the patterns away or someone would walk across them. But the monks weren't raking the sand to create a permanent piece of art, they were raking the sand to train their own minds. The act of making those long, smooth lines required a steady hand and a focused heart. Every time the rake moved, they were practicing patience and precision. We can turn any task in our life into a form of raking sand. Whether we are folding laundry, driving to work, or cooking a meal, we can do it with the same level of care and attention. When we do this, the task itself becomes a meditation, and our mind becomes as smooth and orderly as the sand. There is a sense of great relief that comes when we realize that we don't have to have an opinion on everything. Our mind loves to label things as good, bad, right, or wrong, and we feel exhausted from constantly judging the world around us. But what if we decided to just let things be what they are? What if we looked at a cloudy day and didn't call it bad, but just called it a cloudy day? What if we looked at someone who disagreed with us and didn't call them an enemy, but just called them someone with a different perspective? This neutrality is a form of mastery that saves us an enormous amount of energy. It allows us to move through the world with a light heart, because we are no longer carrying the heavy weight of our own judgments. We find that when we stop judging, we have much more room for understanding. Imagine you are standing in a field of tall grass during a summer afternoon. The wind is blowing, and the grass is swaying back and forth in a beautiful, synchronized dance. The grass doesn't resist the wind, it doesn't try to stand perfectly straight and rigid. If it did, it would snap. Because it is flexible, it survives the strongest gusts and remains beautiful. Our mind should be like that grass. Life will bring winds of change, winds of criticism, and winds of praise. If we are rigid in our beliefs and our expectations, those winds will break us. But if we are flexible, if we can sway with the changes and not take them too personally, we will remain whole and strong. This flexibility is not a sign of weakness, it is the highest form of resilience. It is the ability to adapt to reality without losing our roots. There was a student who asked his teacher how to deal with the pain of the past. The teacher told him to pick up a large stone and carry it around with him for the rest of the day. By the afternoon, the student's arm was aching and he was tired from the extra weight. The teacher then told him to put the stone down. The student felt an immediate sense of relief and lightness. The teacher explained that the pain of the past is like that stone. We are the ones who are choosing to carry it. The past only exists in our memory, it has no power to hurt us in the present unless we pick it up and carry it. Mastering the mind is about learning when to put the stones down. We can acknowledge that the past happened, but we don't have to let it weigh down our current steps. We can choose to travel light. There is a quiet, steady joy that comes from living a life of integrity. When our thoughts, our words, and our actions are all moving in the same direction, we feel a sense of inner strength that is unshakable. We are no longer afraid of being caught in a lie or of having our secrets revealed, because we have nothing to hide. This transparency is a form of mastery that brings a deep sense of peace. It is like living in a house with clean windows, the light can shine in and we can see out clearly. We don't have to waste energy maintaining a false image of ourselves, we can just be who we are. This simple honesty is one of the most powerful ways to quiet the mind and settle the heart. Consider the life of a great tree that has stood for centuries. It has deep roots that go far into the earth, providing it with stability and nourishment. Even when the surface soil is dry, the tree can reach the water deep below. Our practice of mindfulness and compassion is like those roots. They provide us with a hidden source of strength that we can draw upon when life becomes difficult. The deeper our roots, the less we are affected by the passing storms. We can stand tall and provide shade and shelter for others, even when we are facing our own challenges. This is the beauty of a life that is grounded in mastery, it becomes a source of support for the entire world. When we are truly present, we notice that every moment has its own unique flavor. We start to appreciate the small things, the sound of a bird, the smell of rain on hot pavement, the way the light changes at sunset. We realize that we don't need grand events or expensive possessions to feel alive. The miracle of existence is happening right here, in the most ordinary moments. This appreciation is a form of mastery because it frees us from the constant cycle of wanting more. We find that we already have enough, and that we already are enough. This contentment is the greatest wealth we can ever possess, and it is available to us in every breath we take. I often think about the image of a weaver who is working with threads of many different colors. Some threads are bright and golden, representing our moments of joy and success. Other threads are dark and somber, representing our moments of sadness and loss. If the weaver only used the golden threads, the pattern would be flat and uninteresting. It is the combination of light and dark, of joy and sorrow, that creates a truly magnificent design. When we master our mind, we stop trying to pull out the dark threads. We see that they are an essential part of the tapestry, giving contrast and depth to the golden ones. We learn to weave our life with a sense of gratitude for the whole pattern, not just the parts we like. There is a legendary story of a person who wanted to find the secret of eternal happiness. They traveled to a distant mountain to talk to a hermit who was said to be the happiest person in the world. When they arrived, they found the hermit living in a simple cave with almost no possessions. The person asked, "Where is all your furniture, where are your things?" The hermit smiled and asked the traveler, "Where is your furniture, where are your things?" The traveler replied, "But I am just a visitor here, I am just passing through." The hermit nodded and said, "So am I." This realization that we are all just visitors in this life is a powerful form of mastery. It helps us let go of our attachments and our constant need to accumulate things. It reminds us to enjoy the journey and to treat every person we meet with the kindness we would show to a fellow traveler. The more we practice, the more we realize that our mind is like a vast ocean, and our thoughts are just waves on the surface. No matter how big the waves are, they can never hurt the ocean itself. They arise from the ocean, they stay for a moment, and they return to the ocean. When we identify with the ocean rather than the waves, we find a peace that is indestructible. We can watch the waves of anger, fear, or joy arise and fall without being swept away by them. We are the vastness, the depth, and the stillness that lies beneath it all. This shift in perspective is the ultimate goal of our journey. It is the transition from a life of struggle to a life of freedom. Let us be patient with ourselves as we navigate this inner landscape. It is okay if we get lost sometimes. It is okay if we forget and fall back into old habits. The important thing is that we keep coming back. Every time we notice we are lost, we have already found our way. Every time we notice a harsh thought and choose a kind one, we are winning a victory. The path to mastery is made of these small, quiet victories. It is a path of 1,000 returns, each one bringing us a little closer to the home we never truly left. Think of a mother holding a sleeping baby in her arms. She is completely focused on the child, her heart full of love and her mind quiet and still. In that moment, she is not thinking about her work, her worries, or her plans. She is just there, in the pure presence of love. We can bring that same quality of attention to our own life. We can hold our own heart with that same tenderness and focus. When we do, the noise of the world fades away, and we are left with the simple, profound reality of being. This is the peace we are all searching for, and it is closer than our own breath. In the stories of the old masters, there is a common theme of simplicity. They didn't have complex rituals or secret formulas. They just lived with awareness and kindness. They saw the beauty in a cup of tea, the wisdom in a falling leaf, and the sacredness in every human being. We can follow in their footsteps by simplifying our own lives. We can let go of the need to be busy, the need to be important, and the need to be right. When we strip away all the extras, we find that what is left is more than enough. We find that the simple life is the most profound life of all. There is a sense of great power in a quiet mind, the power to see the truth and the power to act with wisdom. It is not a power that seeks to control others, but a power that has mastered itself. It is the strength of a mountain and the clarity of a diamond. When we move through the world with this kind of power, we don't need to shout to be heard, and we don't need to fight to be respected. Our presence alone is a testament to the truth of the path. We become a living example of what is possible for a human being who has chosen to walk the path of mastery. As we go about our day, let us try to be a little more like the mountain, the mirror, and the bird in the storm. Let us remember that we are the sky, not the clouds. And let us treat every thought and emotion with the curiosity of a scientist and the compassion of a saint. The journey of mastering the mind is the most important journey we will ever take, and every step is a blessing. We are all learning, all growing, and all moving toward the light. The beauty of this journey is that it never truly ends. There is always a deeper level of peace, a clearer level of understanding, and a more vast level of love to discover. We are like explorers on an infinite sea, with new horizons appearing every day. And the best part is that we are traveling together. Your peace helps my peace, and my clarity supports yours. We are all parts of the same great movement of life, waking up to ourselves and to each other. Let us be grateful for the challenges that have brought us to this point, for they have been our greatest teachers. Let us be grateful for the moments of joy that have sustained us, for they have been our greatest inspirations. And let us be grateful for the simple fact that we are here, alive and aware, in this magnificent universe. The mind is the tool that allows us to experience it all, and when we master it, we master the art of being truly, deeply, and wonderfully alive. The path is open, the light is bright, and the journey is waiting. Take a deep breath, and let us take the next step together, with hearts full of courage and minds as clear as the morning dew. Everything you need is already within you, and the wisdom of the universe is supporting you in every moment. Trust the process, trust yourself, and enjoy the beautiful dance of life. Walking through a field of tall grass, you might notice how each blade bows before the wind, and in that bowing, it finds the strength not to break. Our hearts often struggle because we believe that strength is found in being rigid, in standing tall against the storms of change, yet the most enduring things in nature are those that know how to yield. There was a story of an old gardener who was asked how he kept his flowers blooming so vibrantly even in the harshest heat. He replied that he did not focus on the petals, but on the space between the roots and the soil. He ensured the earth was loose and breathable, allowing the water to reach the hidden depths. Our mind is that soil, and when it becomes packed hard with the weight of rigid opinions and heavy judgments, the spirit cannot breathe. To master the mind is to keep the soil of our inner world soft and receptive, so that when the rains of wisdom fall, they do not simply wash away but sink deep into our being to nourish the seeds of peace. In the old chronicles of the desert, there is an account of a traveler who was obsessed with carrying a heavy lantern during the bright light of noon. When people asked why he did not set it down to rest his weary arms, he said he was afraid that if the sun disappeared suddenly, he would be left in total darkness. He was so focused on a future that might never happen that he could not enjoy the warmth of the sun that was actually shining upon him. We do this with our worries, holding on to them like heavy lanterns in the middle of a perfectly clear day. We imagine shadows where there are none and prepare for disasters that exist only in the archives of our imagination. Mastery of the mind is the quiet courage to set the lantern down, to trust that the light of the present moment is enough, and to know that if the darkness does come, we will find the strength to strike a match then. Consider the way a master calligrapher approaches a blank scroll. They do not rush to fill the paper with ink, but instead spend a long time just sitting in the presence of the emptiness. They realize that the white space is just as important as the black ink, for without the space, the characters would have no room to breathe and no way to be seen. Our lives are often so cluttered with doing, with planning, and with reacting, that we have forgotten the beauty of the white space. We feel guilty when we are not busy, and we feel anxious when there is silence. Yet, it is in the gaps between our thoughts that the most profound insights are born. When we allow ourselves to simply be, without the need to produce or achieve, we are honoring the sacred space of our own existence. This is not a waste of time, it is the very foundation of a life lived with clarity and purpose. There was a humble woodcarver who lived in a village during the time of the Buddha, and he was known for creating statues that seemed to breathe with life. When asked how he achieved such realism, he said that he did not create the form, he simply removed the wood that was hiding the spirit of the tree. He listened to the grain of the wood and followed its natural curves, never forcing his own will upon the material. Our journey inward is much like that wood carving. We spend so much energy trying to build ourselves into someone impressive, someone successful, or someone special. But true mastery is the process of removal. It is the letting go of the false layers of ego, the pretenses we show to the world, and the stories we tell ourselves to feel safe. When we stop trying to be something, we find that what we already are is more beautiful than anything we could have invented. Imagine a large, ancient gate that stands at the entrance of a hidden valley. The gate is heavy and made of solid iron, and many people try to push it open with all their might, yet it does not budge. They bring tools, they bring horses, and they bring their strongest men, but the gate remains closed. Finally, a small child walks up and simply lifts a tiny, hidden latch, and the gate swings open with the slightest touch. The latch of the mind is often just as small and just as hidden. It is not found through brute force or intense intellectual struggle, but through a gentle shift in perspective. Sometimes, the answer we are looking for is not behind a wall of complexity, but behind a simple act of letting go. We spend our lives pushing against doors that are already unlocked, not realizing that all we have to do is stop pushing and start listening. In the mountains of the north, there is a bird that is said to fly only when the wind is perfectly still. While other birds struggle against the gusts and use all their energy to stay aloft, this bird waits patiently on a high branch. When the air becomes quiet, it spreads its wings and glides effortlessly across the peaks, moved by a force that is invisible yet powerful. Our own efforts often feel like a constant struggle against the winds of life. We push, we pull, and we fight, yet we feel exhausted and stuck. Mastery is the art of waiting for the stillness. It is the realization that we do not always have to be the ones doing the moving. When we align our mind with the deep quiet of the present, a different kind of energy begins to carry us. We find ourselves in the right place at the right time, saying the right words without having to rehearse them. This is the grace of a settled heart. There is a story of a young student who complained to his teacher that his mind was like a crowded marketplace, full of shouting voices, bright colors, and constant movement. The teacher told him to go to the market and stand perfectly still in the very center of the chaos. The student did as he was told, and at first, he felt overwhelmed by the noise and the pushing. But after an hour, he noticed something strange. Although the market was still loud and busy, he felt as if there was a circle of silence around him. He realized that the noise was only a problem because he was trying to engage with every single voice. When he stopped responding, the noise remained, but it no longer had the power to disturb him. This is the secret of living in a busy world with a quiet mind. We do not need to move to a cave to find peace. We only need to find the center of the marketplace within ourselves, the place that observes the movement without becoming part of it. Think about the way a mirror treats the objects that appear before it. It does not judge the mountain as beautiful or the mud as ugly. It does not try to hold on to the reflection of a flower after it has been moved away, nor does it refuse to show the image of a passing cloud. The mirror is perfectly receptive and perfectly detached. It gives itself completely to whatever is present, yet it remains untainted and unchanged. Our awareness is that mirror. Our thoughts and emotions are the passing images. The problem arises when we try to grab the reflection and keep it, or when we try to scratch the mirror because we don't like what we see. Mastery is the ability to be like the mirror, to experience everything fully as it arises, but to let it go completely as it passes, keeping our inner clarity bright and untouched. There was a traveler who was crossing a great frozen lake in the middle of winter. They were terrified that the ice would crack and they would fall into the freezing water below. They moved with such tension and fear that their legs began to cramp, and they eventually slipped and fell. As they lay on the ice, they realized that the ice was actually very thick and strong, capable of holding much more than their weight. In that moment of relaxation, they were able to get up and walk with ease. We often walk through life with that same kind of frozen fear, waiting for the floor to fall out from under us. We treat every change as a potential disaster and every challenge as a threat to our existence. But life is much stronger than we give it credit for. When we trust the ground beneath our feet, we move with a natural confidence that prevents us from slipping. The language of the soul is often whispered in the moments when we are not trying to speak. We live in a world that values the loudest voice and the quickest answer, but the mind that is always talking cannot hear the wisdom that is already within it. Imagine a person standing on the shore of a vast ocean, shouting at the waves to tell them their secrets. The ocean will never answer the shouting. But if the person sits in silence and listens to the rhythmic pulse of the water, they will eventually begin to understand the language of the deep. Our own inner wisdom is like that ocean. It does not compete with the noise of our daily worries. It waits for the silence. By cultivating even 5 minutes of true quiet each day, we are opening a door that has been closed for a long time. We are allowing our own heart to finally speak to us. There is a beautiful account of a king who lost his way in a forest and found a small cottage where an old woman lived. She offered him a bowl of simple soup, and the king said it was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. He asked her for the secret recipe, thinking it must contain rare spices and hidden ingredients. The woman smiled and said there was no secret. The soup was delicious because the king was truly hungry and because he was sitting in a peaceful room after a long day. Many of us spend our lives searching for the secret recipe for happiness, looking for special techniques, exotic locations, or perfect relationships. But happiness is not in the recipe, it is in the quality of our presence. When we are fully here, even a bowl of simple soup or a walk in the rain can become a source of profound joy. Mastery of the mind is the ability to bring that quality of appreciation to the ordinary things. Consider the way a river flows through a canyon. It does not complain about the walls of rock that hem it in, nor does it wish it were a wide ocean. It simply follows the path that is available to it, carving its way with a persistent and gentle force. Over time, that gentle water can cut through the hardest stone, creating a place of immense beauty. Our lives often feel hemmed in by circumstances we cannot change, by responsibilities that feel like canyon walls. We waste so much energy wishing the walls would move. But the river shows us a different way. By flowing with what is, and by maintaining our own steady movement, we can create something beautiful even in the most restricted places. We don't need to change the canyon to find our way to the sea. There was a young girl who found a cocoon and saw a small butterfly struggling to get out. Feeling sorry for the creature, she took a pair of scissors and snipped the cocoon open to help the butterfly. However, the butterfly emerged with a swollen body and shriveled wings, and it was never able to fly. The girl did not realize that the struggle to get through the narrow opening of the cocoon was the very thing that forced the fluid from the butterfly's body into its wings, making them strong enough for flight. Our own struggles and the difficulties we face in mastering our minds are like that cocoon. We often wish for an easy path, for a life without obstacles. But without the struggle, we would never develop the strength and the wisdom we need to truly soar. Every difficult thought we face and every challenging emotion we navigate is strengthening the wings of our soul. There is a profound sense of lightness that comes when we stop trying to be the center of the universe. Most of our mental suffering is caused by taking things too personally, by thinking that every event is somehow a comment on our worth or our luck. If someone is rude to us, we think it is because of us. If things don't go our way, we think the world is against us. This is a very heavy way to live. When we realize that everyone else is also caught in their own storms, and that the world is just doing what it does, we can stop taking it all so personally. We become like a person watching a play from the audience rather than being the actor on stage who is terrified of forgetting their lines. This detachment is not a loss of feeling, but a gain of perspective. It allows us to be more compassionate because we see that we are all in this together. Imagine the mind as a vast, ancient library that has been neglected for many years. The books are scattered, the shelves are dusty, and there is a lot of junk piled up in the corners. When we first start to look inward, we might feel overwhelmed by the mess. We might want to close the door and walk away. But if we take it one book at a time, one corner at a time, the library slowly begins to reveal its treasures. We find stories of our own strength that we had forgotten. We find maps of our own potential that we never knew existed. The process of organizing the library is what we call mastering the mind. It is not about throwing everything away, but about putting things in their proper places so we can find what we need when we need it. A well-ordered mind is a place of infinite resources and profound peace. There is a story of a person who spent their whole life trying to find the end of the horizon. They walked toward the sun every day, thinking that eventually, they would reach the place where the earth and sky met. But no matter how far they walked, the horizon was always the same distance away. Finally, exhausted, they sat down under a tree and looked around. They realized that the beauty they were looking for was in the grass where they were sitting, in the shade of the tree, and in the sound of the wind in the leaves. The horizon was just an idea, but the tree was real. Our mind often chases after horizons, thinking that happiness is in the next goal, the next achievement, or the next day. But the only place we can ever find peace is where our feet are currently standing. Mastery is the ability to stop walking toward the horizon and start looking at the tree. Think about a candle that is lit from another candle. The first flame does not lose any of its brightness when it shares its light. In fact, the room becomes twice as bright. Our own inner peace and clarity work in the same way. When we master our minds and find our own steady flame, we naturally begin to light the candles of those around us. We don't have to give lectures or tell people what to do. Our very presence, our calm response to a crisis, and our quiet kindness are enough to inspire others. This is the most effective way to change the world. Instead of trying to fix everyone else's problems, we focus on lighting our own lamp. 1,000 lamps lit from one source can chase away the darkest night. There is a quiet dignity in a person who knows how to be alone with themselves. In our modern world, we are taught to fear solitude and to see it as a sign of loneliness or failure. But there is a great difference between being lonely and being alone. Solitude is a choice to return to the source of our own being, to reconnect with the silence that is beneath the noise. When we are comfortable in our own company, we no longer need the constant validation of others. We become like a tree that has found its own water source and no longer depends on the gardener to bring a bucket every day. This independence of spirit is one of the greatest fruits of a mastered mind. It allows us to be in relationships from a place of abundance rather than a place of need. Consider the way a master weaver handles the threads of a loom. They do not get angry when the threads become tangled. They do not blame the thread or the loom. They simply pause, take a deep breath, and begin the patient work of untangling. They know that frustration will only make the knots tighter. Our life is a complex weaving of relationships, responsibilities, and emotions. Sometimes, the threads will get tangled. We will have misunderstandings with friends, we will make mistakes at work, and we will feel confused about our own feelings. In those moments, we need to be the patient weaver. We need to stop pulling and start untangling with a gentle heart. Every knot we untie with patience is a lesson in mastery. There was a monk who was known for his incredible memory. He could recite thousands of verses and remember the details of every conversation he had ever had. But he found that he was unhappy and stressed. He went to his teacher and asked how he could find peace. The teacher told him to take a walk in the forest and to come back only when he had forgotten one thing. The monk was confused, but he went into the forest. He sat by a stream and watched the water flowing over the rocks. He realized that the water didn't remember the rocks it had passed a mile back, and it didn't worry about the rocks it would meet a mile ahead. It was just there, in the flow. The monk let go of one memory of a past insult, and in that moment, he felt a wave of relief. He realized that our problem is not that we forget, but that we remember too much of the wrong things. Mastery is the art of selective memory, the ability to keep the wisdom and let go of the weight. Imagine a house with many windows, each one looking out onto a different part of the world. One window looks at the mountains, another at the sea, and another at a busy street. If you spend all your time looking out the window at the busy street, you will think the world is a loud and chaotic place. But if you move to the window looking at the mountains, your experience will be completely different. Our mind has many such windows. We can choose which one to look through. We can focus on the faults of others, or we can focus on their kindness. We can focus on our failures, or we can focus on our growth. The world does not change, but our experience of it changes completely depending on which window we choose. Mastery is the ability to walk through the house and choose the best view for the moment. There is a sense of profound wonder in the realization that we are not our thoughts. Most of us live as if we are the voice in our head, believing everything it says and following every impulse it gives. But who is the one listening to the voice? Who is the one watching the thoughts arise and disappear? That watcher is the true you. It is the part of you that is as vast as the sky and as deep as the ocean. When you shift your identity from the voice to the watcher, everything changes. You are no longer at the mercy of your mind's whims. You can watch a thought of anger arise and think, "That's an interesting thought," without having to act on it. This is the ultimate freedom, the realization that you are the space in which the mind is playing its games. A person who has mastered their mind is like a clear mountain lake. When the water is still, you can see all the way to the bottom. You can see the stones, the sand, and the fish swimming in the depths. You can also see the perfect reflection of the clouds and the trees on the surface. But when the water is disturbed, the vision is lost. Clarity is not something we have to create, it is the natural state of things when we stop disturbing them. By quieting our constant judging, our endless planning, and our habitual worrying, we allow the natural clarity of our own mind to emerge. We see things as they are, and we know exactly what to do. There was an old scholar who spent his entire life studying the ancient texts, but he was always irritable and unhappy. One day, he saw a simple laborer sitting by the side of the road, eating a piece of dry bread with a look of pure contentment on his face. The scholar asked the man how he could be so happy with so little. The laborer replied that he did not have much to carry, so his heart was light. He said that when he worked, he only worked, and when he ate, he only ate. The scholar realized that although he had read 1,000 books about peace, he had never actually practiced it. He had filled his mind with the words of others but had forgotten to listen to his own heart. Mastery is not about how much we know, but about how much of that knowledge we actually live. Think of a time when you felt truly inspired, perhaps by a piece of music, a sunset, or a selfless act of kindness. In those moments, your ego disappeared. You were not thinking about your problems or your plans. You were simply a vessel for the beauty of the moment. That feeling of being a vessel is what it means to be in harmony with life. We can cultivate that state by becoming more transparent, by letting go of our rigid defenses and our constant need for control. When we are transparent, the light of the universe can shine through us without being distorted. We become a channel for something much greater than ourselves, and our lives take on a new sense of meaning and grace. In the stories of the old masters, there is a recurring theme of the power of silence. They did not need to speak much, because their lives spoke for them. Their silence was not empty, it was full of presence and compassion. We think that we need to explain ourselves, to defend our choices, and to convince others of our point of view. But the most powerful way to influence others is through the quiet example of our own character. When we are at peace with ourselves, we bring peace to every room we enter. When we are kind to ourselves, we find it easy to be kind to everyone else. This is the true meaning of making the mind a servant of the heart. As we continue on this journey, let us remember that there is no rush. The path of mastering the mind is a slow and steady unfolding, like the opening of a flower in the morning sun. We don't need to force it, and we don't need to compare our progress to anyone else's. Every moment of awareness, no matter how small, is a step in the right direction. Every time we choose kindness over anger, or patience over frustration, we are building a foundation for a life of lasting peace. Trust the process, trust yourself, and remember that you are already home. Imagine a large, beautiful tapestry that is being woven by 1,000 different hands. Each hand represents a different thought, a different emotion, and a different experience. Some parts of the tapestry are dark and complex, others are bright and simple. From where we are standing, we can only see a small part of the design, and it might look messy and confusing. But from the other side, it is a masterpiece of perfect harmony. Our life is that tapestry. We may not understand why certain things are happening, or why we have to face certain challenges. But if we keep weaving with a sense of awareness and love, we will eventually see the beauty of the whole design. There is a deep sense of security that comes from knowing that our inner peace does not depend on our external circumstances. This is the greatest gift of a mastered mind. It means that we can be at peace even when things are going wrong. We can be happy even when we are facing loss. This is not because we are indifferent, but because we have found a source of happiness that is deeper than our emotions and more stable than our thoughts. We have found a steady ground beneath the shifting sands. And once we find that ground, we can walk through any storm with a smile on our face and a heart full of courage. The journey of the mind is a journey from fear to love. When we are not in control of our minds, we are driven by fear, the fear of losing what we have, the fear of not getting what we want, and the fear of what others think of us. But as we master our minds, we realize that we have nothing to fear. We see that we are part of a vast and benevolent universe, and that everything that happens is an opportunity for growth and connection. We start to live from a place of love, a love that is vast, unconditional, and available to everyone. This is the ultimate destination of our path, the realization that we are, at our very core, nothing but love. Let us carry this realization with us as we move through our day. Let us treat every person we meet as a reflection of that same love, and every challenge as a chance to practice it. The more we give, the more we find that we have. The more we love, the more we are loved. This is the simple and profound truth of a life lived with a mastered mind. It is a life of infinite beauty, infinite peace, and infinite joy. And it is a life that is available to you, right here and right now. There is a remarkable story from the ancient forests about a man who believed he could catch the wind in a silken net. He spent his youth running across meadows, casting his fine mesh into the air, hoping to capture the invisible force that made the trees dance. Naturally, his net always came back empty, and he grew bitter, accusing the world of being hollow and deceitful. One evening, exhausted and defeated, he sat perfectly still beneath a willow tree. As he stopped chasing, he felt the cool breeze move through his hair and against his skin, a sensation more intimate and real than any trophy he could have kept in a jar. Our mind often acts like that man with the net, frantically trying to grab onto fleeting moments of pleasure or trying to trap a specific version of happiness. We think that by grasping, we can own the experience, but the very act of grasping is what prevents us from truly feeling the life that is already flowing through us. When we open our hands and stop trying to possess the moment, we finally begin to experience the richness of existence. Consider the nature of a bell that has been cast with a hidden crack in its metal. When struck, it produces a dull, thumping sound that fails to carry across the valley. To fix the bell, one must melt it down and cast it anew, ensuring the fire is hot enough to remove all impurities. Many of our mental struggles are like that hidden crack. They are deep-seated patterns of thinking that we have carried for so long they feel like part of our fundamental structure. We try to patch them with external fixes, with new possessions or temporary distractions, but the sound of our life remains muffled and heavy. Mastery is the willingness to enter the fire of self-awareness, to let our old, brittle concepts melt away so that a clearer, more resonant version of ourselves can emerge. This transformation is not a destruction of who we are, but a liberation of the song we were always meant to sing. In the chronicles of the distant mountains, there was a village where every person carried a small, decorative box. They believed that their soul lived inside this box, and they spent all their time polishing the wood, painting beautiful designs on the lid, and guarding it from thieves. They were so preoccupied with the box that they never looked at the sky or felt the earth beneath their feet. One day, a stranger arrived and asked to see what was inside. When the villagers opened their boxes, they found they were all empty. The stranger laughed and told them that the soul is not something that can be kept in a box, it is the space in which the box itself exists. We often treat our reputation, our titles, and our self-image as those decorative boxes. We worry so much about what others see on the outside that we forget we are the vastness that cannot be contained by any label. To master the mind is to realize that you are the light that illuminates the box, not the wooden walls themselves. Imagine a master gardener who is given a plot of land filled with thorns and stones. A lesser gardener might look at the mess and walk away in disgust, or try to cover the thorns with a carpet. But the master gardener sees the potential of the soil beneath the weeds. They begin by clearing the stones, one by one, and pulling the thorns from the root, not with anger, but with a patient understanding of the land. Our mind, when neglected, can become a place of thorns, sharp thoughts of resentment, and heavy stones of regret. We cannot simply wish them away or hide them under a smile. We must do the work of the gardener, turning the soil of our awareness and removing the obstacles to our own growth. As the ground becomes clear, the flowers of compassion and clarity begin to grow of their own accord. We do not have to create the beauty, we only have to provide the space for it to manifest. There was a traveler who was very proud of his map, a map that had been passed down through generations and showed every path and landmark of the country. He followed the map religiously, even when he found himself standing at the edge of a cliff that the map claimed was a flat meadow. He was so attached to the paper in his hands that he stopped trusting his own eyes. Many of us navigate our lives using old maps, the beliefs our parents gave us, the rules our society taught us, or the conclusions we reached when we were children. We suffer because our map no longer matches the terrain of our current reality. Mastering the mind is having the courage to fold the map and look at the ground. It is the ability to say that what I believed yesterday may not be true today. This openness to the truth of the present is what allows us to walk without falling. Think of the way a master potter handles the clay on the wheel. They do not use brute strength to force the clay into a shape, for that would only cause it to collapse or tear. Instead, they use a subtle combination of pressure and release, a conversation between their hands and the spinning earth. They are sensitive to the slightest wobble, responding with a gentle touch that brings the clay back to center. Our daily life is that spinning wheel, and our thoughts are the clay. If we are too rigid, we break under the pressure of circumstances. If we are too loose, we lose our shape and purpose. Mastery is finding that perfect touch, the ability to respond to life's movements with a balance of firmness and gentleness. We are shaping our own character in every moment, and the more sensitive we become to the rhythm of the wheel, the more beautiful our life becomes. There is a story of a young man who wanted to find the most powerful weapon in the world. He traveled to a distant cave to talk to a legendary warrior who had never lost a battle. The warrior told him that the most powerful weapon was not a sword or a bow, but the ability to remain still when everything else is moving. He explained that in the middle of a fight, the person who loses their temper has already lost the battle. The one who can keep their heart calm and their eyes clear can see the opening before it even appears. We are in a constant battle with our own anxieties and the pressures of the world. We think we need to fight harder, to shout louder, and to push more. But the real power is in the stillness. When we master our mind, we find a sanctuary of quiet that no external force can penetrate. This inner peace is our greatest shield and our most effective tool for navigating the complexities of life. Consider the way a master weaver creates a silk cloth. They do not focus on the entire length of the fabric at once, but on the single thread they are currently passing through the loom. They know that if each thread is placed with care and attention, the entire cloth will be perfect. If they worry about the finish line, they might miss a stitch in the present. Our life is a long weaving, and each day is a single thread. We often feel overwhelmed by the thought of the future, wondering how we will manage the years ahead. But we do not have to manage the years, we only have to manage this one thread, this one breath, and this one thought. By bringing our full attention to the present moment, we ensure that the tapestry of our life is woven with integrity and beauty. This is the simple secret of a life well lived. There was a scholar who spent his life studying the ocean from a high tower on a cliff. He wrote many books about the tides, the salt content, and the creatures that lived in the deep. He felt he knew everything there was to know about the sea. One day, a simple fisherman invited him onto his boat. As the waves tossed the small vessel and the spray hit the scholar's face, he realized that he had never actually known the ocean at all. He had only known his ideas about it. Our mind is often like that scholar, building towers of theories and concepts about how life should be. We think we understand happiness, love, and peace because we have read about them or thought about them. But true understanding only comes when we leave the tower and get into the boat. Mastery is the willingness to experience life directly, without the buffer of our own labels and definitions. Imagine a large, old tree that has grown around a heavy iron chain that was wrapped around its trunk many years ago. The bark has thickened and the wood has absorbed the metal, and now the chain is part of the tree's very structure. To remove the chain would be to wound the tree deeply. We all have chains in our minds, habits of thought, old grudges, and patterns of fear that have been there for so long they feel like part of who we are. We might even be afraid to let them go because we don't know who we would be without them. But the tree continues to grow despite the chain, pushing its branches toward the sun and its roots toward the water. We too can grow beyond our limitations. We don't have to wait to be perfect to be happy. We can acknowledge our chains and still choose to reach for the light. Mastery is the realization that our scars do not define our potential for beauty. There is a beautiful teaching about the nature of a candle flame. If you look closely, the flame is constantly changing, it is never the same from one second to the next. The wood is being consumed, the gases are rising, and the light is being emitted. Yet, we call it the same flame. Our identity is much like that. We think we are a solid, unchanging person, but our thoughts, our selves, and our experiences are in a constant state of flux. We are a process, not a thing. When we cling to a fixed idea of who we are, we create suffering for ourselves because we are fighting against the natural law of change. Mastering the mind is the art of flowing with the flame. It is the ability to let go of who we were yesterday so that we can be fully present for who we are today. This fluidity is the key to a life of ease and freedom. There was a traveler who came to a wide, rushing river and didn't know how to cross. He saw a man on the other side and shouted, "How do I get to the other side?" The man looked at him and shouted back, "You are on the other side." This simple story illustrates how our mind often creates a sense of lack and distance. We think that peace is over there, that happiness is something we will reach in the future, or that we need to become someone else to be worthy. But from the perspective of the truth, we are already where we need to be. The other side is right here. Our task is not to travel to a distant land, but to wake up to the reality of the ground we are already standing on. Mastery is the removal of the illusion that anything is missing. Think about a master musician who is playing a complex piece of music. They do not have to think about where to put their fingers or how to hold the bow, for they have practiced so much that the music flows through them without effort. They have become the music. In the same way, when we practice mindfulness and compassion, they eventually stop being things we do and start being who we are. We don't have to remind ourselves to be kind or struggle to be present, it becomes our natural response to the world. This is the state of effortless mastery, where the gap between our intentions and our actions completely disappears. We move through the world with a sense of grace and spontaneity that is a joy to witness and to experience. There is a quiet power in the act of listening, not just to others, but to the silence within ourselves. We live in a world that is obsessed with speaking, with expressing our opinions, and with making sure our voices are heard. But the most profound truths are found in the pauses between words. Imagine a room filled with 1,000 people all talking at once. No one can hear anything, and the noise is overwhelming. But if one person stops talking and begins to listen, the entire dynamic of the room begins to change. Our mind is often like that noisy room. By choosing to be the one who listens, we create a space for wisdom to arise. We start to hear the subtle whispers of our own heart, the guidance that is always there but usually drowned out by the static of our worries. In the ancient temples, the monks would sometimes spend days painting intricate mandalas with colored sand. They would work with incredible precision, creating a masterpiece of detail and meaning. Then, as soon as it was finished, they would sweep the sand away and pour it into a nearby river. They did this to remind themselves of the impermanence of all things. We often spend our lives trying to build permanent monuments to ourselves, our careers, our houses, and our legacies. We feel devastated when things change or when we lose what we have built. But mastery is the ability to paint our mandala with all our heart, and then to let it go with a smile when the wind blows. We find joy in the act of creation, not in the possession of the result. Consider the way a mountain reflects in a still lake. The reflection is a perfect image of the mountain, yet the lake does not become the mountain, and the mountain is not affected by the lake. They coexist in a state of perfect relationship without interference. Our awareness is the lake, and the world is the mountain. We can reflect the beauty, the tragedy, and the complexity of life without being overwhelmed by them. We can be deeply involved in the world while maintaining an inner distance that allows us to remain at peace. This is the middle way of the mastered mind. It is being fully in the world but not of it. We are the witnesses of the drama, and because we are not lost in the play, we can act with greater wisdom and compassion. There was a traveler who was carrying a heavy stone in his pocket, a stone he had picked up as a souvenir from a place of great sorrow many years ago. He had carried it for so long that he had forgotten it was there, but he felt a constant, dull ache in his hip. One day, while swimming in a clear river, he felt the weight of the stone pulling him down. He reached into his pocket, found the stone, and threw it into the depths of the water. He felt an immediate sense of lightness and freedom. We all carry stones in our pockets, the weight of old grievances, the memory of past failures, and the heavy expectations of others. We think they are part of us, but they are just things we have picked up along the way. Mastery is the moment we realize we can reach into our pockets and let them go. There is a sense of great relief in realizing that we don't have to be the judge of the world. Our mind spends so much energy deciding who is right and who is wrong, what is good and what is bad. This constant judging creates a world of conflict and separation. But what if we looked at the world with the eyes of a child, eyes that are full of wonder and free from judgment? A child doesn't look at a tree and decide if it is the right kind of tree, they simply see the tree. When we drop our judgments, we find that the world is much more beautiful and mysterious than we thought. We stop trying to fix everyone else and start focusing on our own inner clarity. This is the beginning of true peace. Imagine a lighthouse standing on a rocky shore during a heavy fog. The lighthouse doesn't run out into the water to save the ships. It doesn't shout directions or worry about whether the sailors can see its light. It simply stands tall and continues to shine. Its only job is to be what it is. Our role in the world is very similar. When we master our mind and find our own inner light, we don't have to force others to change. Our steady presence and our quiet peace are enough to guide those who are lost. By being our most authentic and centered selves, we become a beacon for everyone around us. This is the most profound form of service we can offer. There was a master who was asked what the secret to a long and happy life was. He replied, "Do not fight with anyone." The student said, "But that's impossible, life is full of conflict." The master smiled and said, "You are right." This story shows that the secret is not in the absence of conflict, but in our response to it. When we stop needing to be right, we stop fighting. We can state our truth with clarity and kindness, and if others disagree, we don't have to enter into a battle. We can simply let them have their own perspective. This detachment is a sign of a mastered mind. It saves us an incredible amount of energy and keeps our heart free from the poison of anger. Think about the way a bird builds its nest. It picks up small twigs, bits of grass, and scraps of string, weaving them together to create a home for its young. It doesn't worry if the twigs are perfect or if the nest looks like the one in the neighboring tree. It simply uses what is available to create what is needed. Our lives are built from the small moments, the tiny choices, and the everyday actions of our lives. We don't need a perfect life to create a beautiful existence. We just need to use the materials we have with care and love. Mastery is the ability to see the value in the small things and to weave them into a life of meaning and purpose. There is a profound beauty in a mind that has learned to be still. It is like a forest after a fresh snowfall, where everything is hushed and pristine. In that stillness, we can hear the whispers of the universe. We can feel the connection that binds all living things together. We realize that we are not separate, but part of a vast and beautiful whole. This realization is the end of loneliness and the beginning of a deep, abiding joy. We are home, and we have always been home. The journey was just a way of opening our eyes to the beauty that has been here all along. As we go through our day, let us practice the art of returning to the present. When the mind starts to wander into the past or the future, gently bring it back to the breath, to the sensation of the air, or to the sound of the world around you. This simple act of returning is the foundation of mastery. It is like training a small puppy, we must be patient, kind, and persistent. Over time, the mind becomes more settled and more peaceful. We find that we are no longer at the mercy of our thoughts, but are the masters of our own experience. The path of the mind is a path of discovery, where we learn to see ourselves and the world with new eyes. We see that every challenge is an opportunity for growth, every person is a teacher, and every moment is a gift. We find that the peace we were looking for is not in some distant place, but right here, in the middle of our daily lives. All we have to do is wake up and see it. All we have to do is be present. The journey is beautiful, and we are privileged to be on it together. Think of a time when you were walking in nature and felt a sudden sense of peace and connection. In that moment, your mind was quiet, and you were simply part of the world around you. That feeling is not something that came from the trees or the sky, it came from within you. The nature around you simply provided the space for your own inner peace to surface. Mastery is the ability to find that space even when you are in the middle of a busy city or a stressful situation. It is the realization that your inner sanctuary is always with you, just a few breaths away. There is a sense of great wonder in the realization that we are the authors of our own experience. We cannot always control what happens to us, but we can always control how we perceive and respond to it. This is the ultimate freedom. When we master our mind, we stop being victims of our circumstances and start being the creators of our own happiness. We see that our life is a work of art, and we are the artists. We can choose the colors, the patterns, and the theme of our own existence. Let us be kind to ourselves as we continue this exploration. It is okay if we have bad days, it is okay if we get frustrated, and it is okay if we forget what we have learned. The important thing is that we keep trying, keep practicing, and keep opening our hearts. Every moment is a new beginning, and every breath is a chance to start again. The more we practice, the more we find that the peace we seek is already here, waiting for us to notice it. The light of a clear mind is like the morning sun, rising over the horizon and chasing away the shadows of the night. It reveals the world in all its freshness and beauty. It gives us the energy to start our day with a sense of hope and possibility. By mastering our own mind, we are bringing that morning sun into our own lives and the lives of everyone we meet. We are becoming a source of light and warmth in a world that often feels cold and dark. There is a great peace in knowing that you are on the right path. You don't have to be at the end of the journey to feel the benefits. Every step you take toward mastery brings a sense of relief and clarity. You feel more aligned with your own values and more connected to the world around you. This sense of alignment is the true meaning of success. It is not about what you have, but about who you are and how you live. As we move forward, let us remember that the mind is not something to be conquered, but something to be befriended. We are not at war with our own thoughts, we are learning to understand them. We are not trying to suppress our emotions, we are learning to hold them with compassion. This gentle approach is the most effective way to achieve lasting change. When we treat ourselves with love, the mind naturally becomes more cooperative and peaceful. It wants to be at home in a heart that is kind. Think of a small child who is learning to play a new game. If you shout at them and criticize their every move, they will become anxious and discouraged. But if you encourage them and celebrate their progress, they will learn with joy and enthusiasm. Our mind is like that child. It needs our encouragement and our patience. When we celebrate our small moments of awareness, the mind is encouraged to be more aware. When we are kind to ourselves after a mistake, the mind is more willing to try again. This is the way of the heart, and it is the most beautiful way to live. I invite you to take a deep breath and feel the life flowing through you. Feel the energy in your hands, the warmth in your chest, and the clarity in your mind. You are a magnificent being, with a capacity for love and wisdom that is beyond measure. Your mind is a precious tool that can help you realize your full potential. May you use it with wisdom, tend to it with love, and find the peace that is your true nature. We are all walking each other home, and every step is a blessing. The journey continues with every breath, and there is so much more to explore. We will look at how to navigate the complexities of our relationships, how to find balance in a busy world, and how to maintain our inner peace in the face of adversity. Each of these topics is a thread in the beautiful tapestry of a mastered life. As we weave them together, we will see the grand design of our own existence, a design that is filled with beauty, meaning, and love. Remember that the most important thing is not what you know, but how you live. Mastery is not an intellectual achievement, it is a way of being. It is the way you talk to your neighbor, the way you handle a difficult task, and the way you sit in silence. It is in the quality of your presence in every moment. So, as you go about your life, focus on that presence. Let it be your guide and your anchor. And you will find that the mastery you were seeking is already here, within you, waiting to be lived. There is a sense of joy that comes with this realization, a joy that is quiet and steady. It is the joy of being truly alive. It is the joy of knowing that you have the power to shape your own experience and create a life of beauty and peace. This joy is your birthright, and it is available to you right now. All you have to do is turn your attention inward and listen to the quiet voice of your own heart. It is telling you that you are loved, that you are wise, and that you are already home. Let us be grateful for this opportunity to share and to grow. Let us be grateful for the wisdom of the ancient masters and the steady light of our own awareness. And let us be grateful for the simple miracle of this moment. In the silence of our own hearts, we find the answers we have been looking for. We find the peace that the world cannot give, and the world cannot take away. This is the treasure of a mastered mind, and it is yours to keep forever. The light is always there, even when we can't see it. The sun is always shining, even when it is night on our side of the world. Our true nature is always at peace, even when our mind is chaotic. By mastering the mind, we are simply turning our side of the world back toward the sun. We are coming back into the light. And the light is always ready to welcome us home, with open arms and a heart full of love. Watching a river flow through a dense forest, one might see how the water interacts with the fallen branches and the ancient stones, never stopping to argue with the obstacles, but simply finding a way to move through them with a quiet, persistent energy. This fluid grace is the signature of a mind that has learned to release the need for constant control and has instead embraced the art of intentional response. There is a story told in the high mountains of a shepherd who was famous for never losing a single sheep, even in the thickest fog or the coldest winter. When asked for his secret, he said that he did not try to force the sheep to stay in a perfect line, nor did he shout at those that wandered off. He simply stood at the center of the flock and hummed a low, steady tune that resonated with a sense of safety. The sheep, hearing the song, naturally gathered around the source of peace. Our thoughts are like that flock of sheep, often prone to wandering into the dark woods of anxiety or the steep cliffs of regret. If we try to chase them down with anger or frustration, they only scatter further. But if we can maintain our own internal resonance of stillness, our thoughts will eventually gather around that center. Imagine a master weaver who is working on a delicate piece of silk, using threads so fine they can barely be seen by the naked eye. If the weaver is in a hurry, or if their mind is heavy with the worries of the market, their hands become tense, and the threads begin to snap. They realize that the quality of the silk is a direct reflection of the quality of their own breath. When the breath is long and smooth, the weaving is strong and beautiful. Our life is a tapestry being woven in every single moment, and the threads are our choices, our words, and our silent intentions. We often think that the big moments are what define us, the promotions, the weddings, or the grand achievements. But true mastery is found in the way we handle the microscopic threads of our daily routine. It is in the way we speak to the person at the grocery store, the way we handle a minor inconvenience, and the way we sit in the silence of our own room. When we weave each moment with the thread of awareness, the entire fabric of our life becomes a masterpiece of integrity. In the old accounts of a wandering sage, there is a description of a man who carried a heavy iron key around his neck but could never find the door it was meant to open. He traveled to every city and every temple, trying the key in every lock he could find, but nothing ever fit. Finally, exhausted and old, he sat down by a quiet lake and looked at his own reflection. He noticed that the key was not meant for a door on the outside, but for a door within his own heart that had been locked by the heavy chains of pride. The moment he let go of the need to be seen as important, the key turned, and he found a treasure far greater than any gold. We often spend our lives searching for external solutions to our internal restlessness. We think the right job, the right house, or the right person will be the key that finally unlocks our happiness. But the door to true freedom is always internal. It is a door that opens only when we stop trying to prove ourselves to the world and start being honest with our own soul. Consider the way a large, ancient tree survives a powerful storm. It does not stand rigid and unyielding, for the wind would surely snap its branches or pull it from the earth. Instead, the tree has learned the wisdom of the deep roots and the flexible limbs. It allows the wind to move through its leaves, shedding what is dead and making room for what is new. Mastery of the mind is the cultivation of this inner flexibility. It is the ability to hear a harsh word and not let it penetrate the core of our being. It is the ability to face a sudden change and not let it uproot our sense of stability. We are not trying to become a wall of stone, but a living, breathing forest that knows how to dance with the wind. The more we can yield without breaking, the more we can endure the inevitable storms of life with a sense of grace and even a touch of humor. There was a humble potter in a small village who was asked to create a vase for the emperor, a vase that was to be the most perfect object in the world. The potter worked for months, throwing away dozens of pieces because they had the slightest smudge or the tiniest wobble. He was miserable and stressed, and his work became cold and lifeless. One day, his young granddaughter accidentally bumped into a drying vase, leaving a small, curved thumbprint near the base. The potter started to throw it away, but then he stopped. He saw that the thumbprint gave the vase a sense of warmth and humanity that all his perfect pieces lacked. He sent that vase to the emperor, who declared it the most beautiful object he had ever seen because it felt alive. Our mind often creates a prison of perfectionism, telling us that we are only worthy if we never make mistakes and never show weakness. But the true beauty of our life is found in our thumbprints, in our vulnerability, and in the ways we have been shaped by our experiences. Mastery is the ability to embrace our own humanity, with all its beautiful imperfections. Think about the way light passes through a prism. It enters as a single, clear beam and emerges as a vibrant spectrum of colors. The prism does not create the colors, they were already there, hidden within the white light. The prism simply provides the structure for the light to reveal its true nature. Our awareness is like that prism. When we are clouded by judgment and fear, the light of our life seems dull and gray. But when we clear the mind and allow ourselves to be transparent, the full spectrum of our potential begins to shine. We see that within us are the colors of compassion, courage, joy, and wisdom. We don't have to go out and buy these qualities, they are our birthright. Our task is simply to keep the prism of our mind clean and well aligned so that the light of the universe can express itself through us in all its magnificent variety. There is a beautiful story of a traveler who arrived at a vast desert and was terrified of the heat and the emptiness. He met a guide who told him that the desert was not a place to be feared, but a place to be listened to. The guide explained that every grain of sand has a story, and every breath of wind carries a song. The traveler spent 40 days in the silence of the dunes, and by the end, he realized that the emptiness was actually a profound fullness. He no longer felt lonely, because he felt connected to the very rhythm of the earth. Our mind often feels like a desert when we are going through a time of transition or loss. We feel empty, dry, and abandoned. But if we can stay with that emptiness without trying to fill it with noise, we find that it is in the silence that our soul truly speaks. We find a source of nourishment that does not depend on external praise or constant activity. Imagine for a moment that your mind is like a vast, clear sky, and your thoughts are like birds flying across it. Some birds are colorful and sing beautiful songs, while others are dark and silent. The sky does not try to hold on to the beautiful birds, nor does it try to chase away the dark ones. It simply provides the space for them to fly. The sky is not affected by the birds, no matter how many there are or how loud they chirp. When we identify with the sky rather than the birds, we find a sense of peace that is vast and unconditional. We can watch a thought of anger arise, stay for a moment, and then fly away, without it leaving a single scratch on our internal horizon. This shift in perspective is the ultimate form of mastery. It is the realization that we are the vastness that holds everything, not the small, fluttering things that pass through. There was a group of scholars who were arguing about the nature of truth, each one holding a heavy book and claiming that their path was the only right one. A simple child walked by, holding a bright red balloon. The wind caught the balloon and pulled the string from the child's hand. The child did not cry or argue, but simply watched the balloon as it floated higher and higher, becoming a tiny speck against the blue sky. The scholars were so busy with their words that they didn't even notice the beauty of the moment. The child's mastery was in the ability to let go and to find joy in the movement of life, even when it didn't go as planned. We spend so much energy defending our opinions and trying to prove that we are right. But true wisdom is often found in the ability to be quiet and to watch the balloons of our plans float away, trusting that the sky is wide enough to hold it all. The quality of our presence is like the scent of a flower, it is something that is felt by everyone who comes near us. If we are full of tension and judgment, people feel it and react accordingly. If we are full of peace and kindness, people feel that too. This is why mastering the mind is not just a personal project, but a gift to everyone we meet. We think we need to do big things to change the world, but the most powerful thing we can do is to be a person of peace. When we walk into a room with a quiet heart, the entire atmosphere of the room begins to shift. We don't have to say a word. Our presence alone is a reminder that peace is possible, that kindness is a choice, and that we are all much more than our worries. Consider the way a master archer releases an arrow. They do not pull the string with a sense of desperation or a fear of missing. They pull with a steady strength, and they let go at the exact moment when the intention and the action become one. They are not thinking about the target, they have become the target. This level of focus is what happens when we align our mind with our deepest purpose. We stop overthinking and start living with a sense of spontaneous rightness. We know what to say, what to do, and when to be still. This is not a state of being a robot, but a state of being fully alive, where the friction between our will and the reality of the moment has completely vanished. We are flowing with the current of life, rather than struggling against it. There is a profound sense of relief in realizing that we don't have to carry the weight of the entire world on our shoulders. Many of us feel a sense of responsibility for things that are completely out of our control. We worry about the future of the planet, the opinions of our neighbors, and the choices of our grown children. This over-responsibility is a form of ego, a belief that our worrying can somehow change the course of history. Mastery is the ability to do our part with all our heart and then to leave the rest to the universe. It is the wisdom to know where our power ends and where the great mystery begins. When we let go of the need to manage everything, we find that we have so much more energy for the things that are actually within our reach. Think about a small, hidden spring that bubbles up from the ground in the middle of a forest. It doesn't ask for permission to flow, it doesn't worry if anyone is watching, and it doesn't compare itself to the mighty ocean. It simply gives what it has to give, day after day, providing water for the moss, the trees, and the thirsty animals. Our own inner light is like that spring. We have a unique gift to offer the world, a unique way of being kind, or creative, or supportive. We don't need to be famous or powerful to make a difference. We just need to let our inner spring flow. Mastery is the removal of the rocks and the leaves that are blocking our own natural generosity. When we are clear, we naturally become a source of life and beauty for everyone around us. There was a legendary king who wanted to find the secret of eternal youth. He spent his fortune on potions and traveled to the ends of the earth, but he still grew old and tired. One day, he saw a group of old men sitting under a tree, laughing and sharing a simple meal. They seemed so full of life and joy that the king asked them for their secret. One of the men replied, "We have learned to live without looking back at the past or peering anxiously into the future. We are simply here, under this tree, in this moment." The king realized that his youth was not a matter of his body, but a matter of his mind. He had been so busy trying to live forever that he had forgotten to live today. This is a lesson for all of us. We spend so much time planning for a life that hasn't happened yet, or mourning a life that is over. Mastery is the art of being fully present for the life that is happening right now. Imagine your life as a long, winding path through a beautiful landscape. Some parts of the path are steep and difficult, while others are flat and easy. Some days the sun is shining, and some days it is raining. Most of us spend our time looking at the path ahead, worrying about the next hill, or looking back at the mistakes we made on the last one. We miss the flowers that are blooming right next to our feet. We miss the taste of the air and the sound of the wind. Mastery is the ability to keep our eyes on the step we are currently taking. It is the realization that the journey is the destination. Every step is a chance to be awake, every step is a chance to be kind, and every step is a chance to find peace. There is a quiet dignity in a person who has learned to be comfortable with their own silence. In our modern world, we are taught to fear silence, to see it as a void that needs to be filled with noise, with entertainment, or with constant talking. But silence is the language of the soul. It is in the silence that we find our true strength and our deepest clarity. When we are comfortable being alone with ourselves, we no longer need the constant validation of others. We are like a house with a solid foundation, we are not shaken by the changing winds of opinion. We find that our own inner company is enough, and from that place of wholeness, we can reach out to others with a sense of genuine connection rather than a sense of desperate need. Consider the way a master potter handles a lump of clay. They do not force the clay into a shape with a heavy hand, for that would only cause the clay to collapse. Instead, they use a subtle combination of pressure and release, a conversation between their hands and the material. They are listening to the clay as much as they are shaping it. Our own life is that clay, and our mind is the hands of the potter. If we are too rigid and demanding with ourselves, we become brittle and stressed. If we are too loose and unfocused, we lose our direction. Mastery is finding that perfect touch, the ability to respond to our own thoughts and emotions with a balance of firmness and gentleness. We are shaping our own character in every breath, and the more sensitive we become to the rhythm of the wheel, the more beautiful our life becomes. There is a profound beauty in the act of forgiveness, not just for others, but for ourselves. Many of us carry the heavy weight of past mistakes, like a bag of stones that we refuse to put down. We think that by punishing ourselves, we are somehow making up for what we did. But all we are doing is making ourselves too tired to be useful in the present. Forgiveness is the act of putting the bag down. It is the realization that we cannot change the past, but we can change our relationship to it. When we forgive ourselves, we are not saying that what we did was right, we are simply saying that we are ready to move forward. This release of the past is a powerful form of mind mastery, as it frees up an enormous amount of energy for the work of the present. Think of a small candle burning in a dark room. It doesn't have to be a giant bonfire to be effective. Its small, steady flame is enough to show you the way and to keep the shadows at bay. Our own awareness is that candle. We don't need to be enlightened masters or have all the answers to be at peace. We just need to keep our own small flame steady. We do this by being mindful of our thoughts, by being kind in our speech, and by being present in our actions. One small candle, held with a steady hand, can light up a whole life. And if we all keep our own candles lit, the darkness of the world will eventually be transformed into light. In the stories of the old masters, there is a common theme of the importance of the ordinary. They didn't seek out grand experiences or exotic locations. They found the divine in the act of sweeping the floor, in the taste of a bowl of rice, and in the sound of the rain. This is the highest form of mastery, the ability to see the sacred in the mundane. When we stop looking for something more, we find that what we have is already more than enough. We find that the miracle of existence is happening right here, in the most simple and ordinary moments of our lives. We stop being seekers and start being finders. There is a deep sense of security that comes from knowing that your inner peace does not depend on your external circumstances. This is the greatest gift of a mastered mind. It means that you can be at peace even when things are going wrong. You can be happy even when you are facing loss. This is not because you are indifferent, but because you have found a source of happiness that is deeper than your emotions and more stable than your thoughts. You have found the steady ground beneath the shifting sands. And once you find that ground, you can walk through any storm with a smile on your face and a heart full of courage. As we move forward, let us remember that the mind is a wonderful servant but a terrible master. When we let our thoughts run our lives, we are led by our fears, our cravings, and our illusions. But when we take our place as the master of our own mind, it becomes a powerful tool for good. It can help us solve problems, create beauty, and connect with others. It is all a matter of who is in charge. By practicing mindfulness and compassion, we are reclaiming our throne. We are becoming the true kings and queens of our own inner realm. This is not a position of power over others, but a position of power over ourselves, which is the only power that truly matters. Think about a gardener tending to a plot of land. They don't control the rain or the sun, but they can prepare the soil, plant the seeds, and pull the weeds. Our mind is our plot of land. We can't control the external events of our lives, but we can tend to our inner garden. We can cultivate the soil of our awareness, plant seeds of kindness, and pull the weeds of negative habits. Over time, our garden will become a place of beauty and abundance, providing fruit not just for ourselves, but for everyone who passes by. This is the natural law of the mind, and it is a law that we can use to create a life of true mastery and joy. The path of the mind is a path of discovery, where we learn to see the world with new eyes. We see that the ordinary is extraordinary, that the mundane is sacred, and that every moment is a miracle. We find that the peace we were looking for is not in some distant heaven, but right here, in the middle of our daily lives. All we have to do is wake up and see it. All we have to do is be present. This is the art of living, and it is a masterpiece that we are creating in every moment. There is a sense of wonder that comes with this awakening, a sense that we are participating in something vast and beautiful. We feel a deep sense of gratitude for the gift of life, in all its complexity and mystery. We see that we are not just characters in a story, but the authors, the readers, and the very paper upon which the story is written. We are the whole thing, and the realization of this truth is the ultimate mastery. Let us carry this sense of wonder and gratitude with us as we continue to explore the mysteries of our own being. Imagine a giant mountain that has been there for millions of years. It has seen the rise and fall of civilizations, the changing of climates, and the passage of countless seasons. Through it all, the mountain remains steady and unmoved. Our true nature is like that mountain. The events of our lives are like the clouds that drift by, sometimes dark and heavy, sometimes light and bright. But the mountain is always there, beneath the clouds. When we connect with our true nature, we find a stability that is beyond the reach of time and change. This is the wisdom of a mastered mind. It knows the difference between what is fleeting and what is eternal. It stays focused on the eternal, even as it participates in the fleeting. In the stories of old, there was a man who went to a teacher and said that he wanted to find the truth. The teacher took him to a river and held his head underwater for a long time. When the man finally surfaced, gasping for air, the teacher asked him what he had wanted most while he was underwater. The man shouted that he had wanted air. The teacher nodded and said that when you want the truth as much as you wanted that air, you will find it. This story shows us the intensity and the dedication that is required for this journey. It is not something we can do half-heartedly. It requires our whole being, our whole heart, and our whole mind. But this dedication is not a grim or heavy thing. It is fueled by a deep love and a profound sense of purpose. We are trying to find our way home, and every step of the way is filled with the joy of discovery and the warmth of connection. Let us be honest with ourselves about what we truly want. Do we want more things, more approval, and more comfort, or do we want to know the truth of who we are? If we want the truth, then every moment is an opportunity to find it. Every interaction is a chance to practice kindness. Every challenge is a chance to practice patience. Every silence is a chance to practice awareness. This is how we master the mind, by using every bit of our life as fuel for our awakening. The light of a clear mind is like the morning sun, rising over the horizon and chasing away the shadows of the night. It reveals the world in all its freshness and beauty. It gives us the energy to start our day with a sense of hope and possibility. By mastering our own mind, we are bringing that morning sun into our own lives and the lives of everyone we meet. We are becoming a source of light and warmth in a world that often feels cold and dark. There is a great peace in knowing that you are on the right path. You don't have to be at the end of the journey to feel the benefits. Every step you take toward mastery brings a sense of relief and clarity. You feel more aligned with your own values and more connected to the world around you. This sense of alignment is the true meaning of success. It is not about what you have, but about who you are and how you live. As we move forward, let us remember that the mind is not something to be conquered, but something to be befriended. We are not at war with our own thoughts, we are learning to understand them. We are not trying to suppress our emotions, we are learning to hold them with compassion. This gentle approach is the most effective way to achieve lasting change. When we treat ourselves with love, the mind naturally becomes more cooperative and peaceful. It wants to be at home in a heart that is kind. Think of a small child who is learning to play a new game. If you shout at them and criticize their every move, they will become anxious and discouraged. But if you encourage them and celebrate their progress, they will learn with joy and enthusiasm. Our mind is like that child. It needs our encouragement and our patience. I invite you to take a deep breath and feel the life flowing through you. Feel the energy in your hands, the warmth in your chest, and the clarity in your mind. You are a magnificent being, with a capacity for love and wisdom that is beyond measure. Your mind is a precious tool that can help you realize your full potential. May you use it with wisdom, tend to it with love, and find the peace that is your true nature. We are all walking each other home, and every step is a blessing. The journey continues with every breath, and there is so much more to explore. We will look at how to maintain our inner peace in the face of adversity and how to find balance in a busy world. Each of these topics is a thread in the beautiful tapestry of a mastered life. Remember that the most important thing is not what you know, but how you live. Mastery is not an intellectual achievement, it is a way of being. It is the way you talk to your neighbor, the way you handle a difficult task, and the way you sit in silence. It is in the quality of your presence in every moment. So, as you go about your life, focus on that presence. Let it be your guide and your anchor. And you will find that the mastery you were seeking is already here, within you, waiting to be lived. There is a sense of joy that comes with this realization, a joy that is quiet and steady. It is the joy of being truly alive. It is the joy of knowing that you have the power to shape your own experience and create a life of beauty and peace. The light is always there, even when we can't see it. The sun is always shining, even when it is night on our side of the world. Our true nature is always at peace, even when our mind is chaotic. By mastering the mind, we are simply turning our side of the world back toward the sun. We are coming back into the light. And the light is always ready to welcome us home, with open arms and a heart full of love. Let us hold on to this vision of the light as we continue to explore the mysteries of our own being. Every step is a sacred dance, and we are the dancers. In the stories of the old days, a wise person said that every road leads to the same place if you are truly present. That place is right here, in the center of your own being. So, don't worry about whether you are on the right road or the wrong road. Just focus on your steps. Focus on your breath. And you will find that every road is the right road, and every moment is the right moment. This is the freedom of a mastered mind. It is free to move in any direction, with a sense of ease and joy. It knows that the destination is already here, and the journey is just a way of celebrating that fact. Let us celebrate together. Let us dance through the mountains and the valleys of our lives, with hearts full of love and minds as clear as the morning sky. There is a quiet, ancient secret held by the stones that sit at the bottom of a deep well. They remain cool and steady regardless of how much the sun blazes above or how many storms lash the surface of the earth. This inner stability is exactly what we cultivate when we decide to stop being a leaf blown by the wind of our circumstances and instead become the ground upon which the wind blows. There was once a master musician who traveled with a very old and weathered instrument. Its wood was scarred and its finish was long gone. Yet when he played, the music was so pure that even the birds stopped their singing to listen. A curious student asked how such a broken thing could produce such heavenly sounds, and the musician replied that the wood had simply learned to stop resisting the vibrations of the strings. He said that most instruments are too tight, too full of their own shape and pride, but this one had been hollowed out by time until there was nothing left but the capacity to resonance. Our mind is often too full of its own shape, its own opinions, and its own rigid plans, but when we learn to hollow out the ego, we find that the music of life flows through us with a beauty we never thought possible. Consider the way a master dyer works with a piece of white cloth. They do not simply throw the fabric into a vat of color and hope for the best, but instead they carefully prepare the fibers so they can truly receive the dye. If the cloth is oily or dirty, the color will not hold, and the pattern will be blurred. Our mind is that cloth, and the dye is the experience of our life. If our mind is cluttered with the oil of selfish desires or the dust of old grudges, we cannot truly receive the vibrant colors of the present moment. Mastery is the gentle process of washing our own heart, of making it clean and receptive so that every joy, every sorrow, and every lesson can be felt in its full depth. When the cloth of the mind is pure, life does not just happen to us, it saturates us, turning every experience into a rich and lasting part of our character. There is a beautiful story of a traveler who arrived at a high mountain pass and saw a monk sitting by the side of the road, painstakingly picking up small pebbles and moving them from one pile to another. The traveler watched for a long time and finally asked what the purpose of such a tedious task was. The monk smiled and said that he was not moving stones, he was moving his own impatience. He explained that each stone represented a moment when he wanted to be somewhere else, or a moment when he felt he was wasting time. By moving the stones with total focus and kindness, he was training his mind to be happy right where he was. We often feel that our daily chores or the small, repetitive tasks of our lives are obstacles to our happiness. But the Master knows that the chore is the path. When we wash a cup with the same reverence we would give to a sacred object, we are mastering our mind. We are saying that this moment, no matter how small, is worthy of our full presence. Imagine a large, ancient library where every book is written in a language that you do not yet understand. For many of us, our own internal world feels like that library. We feel the movement of our emotions and the rush of our thoughts, but we don't know what they are trying to tell us. We feel a sudden wave of anxiety or a spark of anger, and we react blindly, like someone trying to read a book by tearing out its pages. Mastery is the slow and patient work of learning the language of our own soul. It is about sitting with a feeling and asking, "What are you, and where did you come from?" It is about realizing that every emotion is a messenger, even the ones that feel uncomfortable. When we stop being afraid of what is inside us, the library of the mind becomes a place of infinite wisdom rather than a place of confusion. We begin to see the patterns in our stories, and we find that we have the power to write new chapters whenever we choose. There was a humble weaver who was known for creating the softest silk in the world, and many people traveled from far away to learn his secret. He told them that he did not have a special technique, but he did have a special relationship with his loom. He said that when he sat down to work, he apologized to the threads for the tension he was about to place upon them, and he thanked the wood of the loom for its support. He worked with such a sense of gratitude and respect that the silk seemed to absorb his kindness, becoming a material that brought peace to anyone who wore it. Our life is a constant weaving of relationships, and the way we handle the threads of our interactions determines the quality of our world. If we approach others with tension and demand, the fabric of our lives will be rough and brittle. But if we work with a heart of gratitude, even the most difficult threads can be woven into a pattern of beauty and strength. Think of the way a deep, silent forest breathes in the middle of the night. There is no one there to watch, no one to praise the trees for their growth, and no one to judge the falling leaves. The forest simply exists in a state of total, unself-conscious presence. Our mind, when it is truly settled, becomes like that forest. We stop performing for an audience, even the audience in our own head. We stop trying to look a certain way or be a certain way, and we simply are. This authentic existence is the most profound form of freedom. It is the end of the exhausting game of being a person with a reputation to protect and a status to maintain. When we find that silent forest within us, we can return to it whenever the world becomes too loud or too demanding. It is a sanctuary that is always open, always quiet, and always home. There is a legendary story of a king who wanted to find the secret of true power, so he gathered the wisest people in his kingdom and asked them to build him a throne that would make him invincible. They built him a throne of gold, one of iron, and one of stone, but he still felt vulnerable and afraid. Finally, a simple hermit told him that true power was not in the seat he sat upon, but in the way he sat. The hermit explained that the person who can sit in the middle of a storm with a heart full of compassion and a mind as clear as a mirror is more powerful than any king with 1,000 soldiers. The king realized that his fear was not because of his enemies, but because he was not the master of his own heart. This realization is the beginning of true sovereignty. We are the rulers of our own inner kingdom, and the only territory that truly matters is the space between our thoughts. Consider the way a master potter handles a piece of clay that has become too dry and brittle to work with. They do not throw it away in anger, nor do they try to force it into a shape with brute strength. Instead, they gently wrap it in a damp cloth and leave it in a cool place, allowing the moisture to slowly penetrate the fibers until the clay is soft and pliable once again. Our own hearts can become dry and brittle when we are under too much stress, or when we have been too hard on ourselves for too long. In those moments, we don't need more discipline or more effort, we need the damp cloth of self-compassion. We need to give ourselves the space and the kindness to soften, to breathe, and to remember our own natural flexibility. Mastery is knowing when to push and when to pause, when to work the clay and when to let it rest. There was a traveler who was very concerned about the dust on his shoes, and he spent all his time stopping to clean them, even as he walked through a beautiful meadow. He was so focused on the dirt that he never noticed the colors of the flowers or the way the sunlight played on the grass. An old man sitting by a stream watched him for a while and then said, "The dust is a sign that you are moving, and the path is long, so why not let the shoes be dusty and let the heart be clear?" This is a profound lesson for our journey of mastering the mind. We often get so caught up in trying to fix our small faults or worrying about the dust of our everyday mistakes that we miss the beauty of our own growth. We don't have to be perfect to be wise, and we don't have to be spotless to be at peace. The goal is not to have clean shoes, but to have a heart that is wide open to the miracle of the path itself. Imagine the mind as a vast, ancient mountain that is being slowly carved by the wind and the rain. The process is so slow that it can barely be noticed from day to day, yet over thousands of years, the mountain is transformed into a masterpiece of peaks and valleys. Our own practice of mindfulness and kindness is like that wind and rain. We might feel that we are not making much progress, that our old habits are too strong and our mind is too restless. But every moment of awareness, every kind word, and every quiet breath is slowly carving our character. We are becoming a masterpiece of wisdom and peace, one grain of sand at a time. The key is not to be in a hurry, but to be consistent, trusting that the natural laws of growth are working in our favor even when we cannot see the change. There is a sense of great wonder in the realization that we are not the stories our mind tells about us. Most of us live within a narrow cage of labels: I am a failure, I am a victim, I am not good enough. These stories are just old echoes from the past, repeated so often that they start to sound like the truth. But when we master our mind, we can step back and watch the stories without believing them. We see that the labels are just ink on paper, but we are the vast, white space that holds the paper. We are not the story, we are the one who is telling it. And once we realize this, we can choose to tell a different story, a story of strength, of courage, and of infinite possibility. We are the architects of our own identity, and the blueprint is in our own hands. Think of the way a master gardener tends to a delicate sapling, providing it with exactly the right amount of water, shade, and support. They don't shout at the tree to grow faster, and they don't compare it to the giant oak across the field. They simply provide the conditions for the tree to become what it already is. We can be that gentle gardener for our own soul. We can provide ourselves with the quiet time, the healthy thoughts, and the supportive community that we need to flourish. We can trust that within us is a natural blueprint for wholeness, and that if we just get out of our own way, we will grow in the most beautiful and unexpected ways. Mastery is not about forcing ourselves into a shape, but about providing the space for our true self to emerge. There was a student who went to a teacher and said that he felt like he was living in a dark tunnel with no light at the end. The teacher didn't give him a map or a flashlight, but instead told him to start painting the walls of the tunnel with beautiful colors. The student was confused but began to paint, and as he focused on the beauty of the colors and the rhythm of his own brushstrokes, he forgot about the end of the tunnel. He found that the act of creating beauty was the light he had been looking for. Our lives can sometimes feel like a dark tunnel of routine and struggle. We think that happiness is something we will find when we finally reach the exit. But the Master knows that the light is in the painting. When we bring a spirit of creativity and love to our daily tasks, the tunnel itself becomes a place of radiance and joy. Consider the way a master archer approaches the target. They do not hold their breath in a state of suffocating tension, but instead they let their breath flow in a natural, rhythmic cycle. They realize that the arrow is not separate from the bow, and the bow is not separate from the archer. Everything is part of a single, fluid movement. When we master our mind, we stop seeing ourselves as separate from the world around us. We see that our actions are like the ripples in a pond, touching everything and everyone. We move with a sense of responsibility and grace, knowing that every thought we have and every word we speak is a contribution to the harmony of the whole. This interconnectedness is not a theory, but a felt reality that changes the way we walk through the world. There is a profound sense of relief in the realization that we don't have to be right all the time. Our ego spends so much energy defending our opinions and trying to prove that we are smarter or better than others. This need to be right is a heavy burden that keeps us in a state of constant conflict. But what if we decided to be happy instead of being right? What if we looked at every disagreement as an opportunity to learn something new about another person's perspective? When we drop our defenses, we find that we can connect with others on a much deeper level. We find that the truth is much bigger than our own small point of view, and that there is a great joy in being part of a larger conversation. This humility is a sign of a mastered mind, and it is the key to a life of lasting peace. Imagine your mind as a vast, clear sky, and your worries as a flock of birds flying across it. The birds may be loud and they may be many, but they can never harm the sky. They pass through, and the sky remains as wide and blue as ever. The problem is that we often try to catch the birds, or we get so focused on their noise that we forget about the sky. Mastery is the ability to remember the sky. It is the ability to watch the birds of our anxiety or our fear without letting them take over our internal horizon. We can say to ourselves, "There goes a bird of worry," or "There goes a bird of anger," and then we can let them fly away. We are the sky, and our true nature is the vastness that can never be disturbed. There was a group of children who were playing with a box of old, colorful buttons, and they were arguing over which button was the most valuable. One said the red one was best because it was bright, another said the gold one was best because it looked like a coin. An old woman watched them and said that the most valuable button was the one that was currently holding a coat together in the cold wind. This is a powerful lesson about the value of our own presence. We often think that our worth is based on our talents, our achievements, or our possessions. But our true value is in our ability to be a source of warmth and support for others right here and right now. A mastered mind is one that sees the sacredness in the ordinary act of being helpful. It is a mind that knows that the most important moment is the one we are currently in, and the most important person is the one right in front of us. Think of the way a master weaver handles the fine threads of a loom. They do not pull with a heavy hand, for they know that the delicate silk would surely snap. They work with a touch that is as light as a feather, yet as steady as a rock. This balance of lightness and steadiness is the secret of a life lived with grace. We can handle our own thoughts and emotions with that same gentle touch. When we feel a difficult emotion arising, we don't have to crush it or push it away. We can simply notice it with a spirit of kindness and let it move through us. By being gentle with ourselves, we find that we are much more resilient and strong than we ever thought possible. Kindness is not a weakness, it is the highest form of power. There is a deep sense of security that comes from knowing that your inner peace does not depend on your external circumstances. This is the greatest gift of a mastered mind. It means that you can be at peace even when things are going wrong. You can be happy even when you are facing loss. This is not because you are indifferent, but because you have found a source of happiness that is deeper than your emotions and more stable than your thoughts. You have found the steady ground beneath the shifting sands. And once you find that ground, you can walk through any storm with a smile on your face and a heart full of courage. This inner sanctuary is always with you, just a few breaths away. As we move through our day, let us practice the art of returning to the present. When the mind starts to wander into the past or the future, gently bring it back to the breath, to the sensation of the air, or to the sound of the world around you. This simple act of returning is the foundation of mastery. It is like training a small puppy, we must be patient, kind, and persistent. Over time, the mind becomes more settled and more peaceful. We find that we are no longer at the mercy of our thoughts, but are the masters of our own experience. Every return is a small victory, and 1,000 small victories will eventually lead us to a life of unimaginable beauty and peace. The light of a clear mind is like the morning sun, rising over the horizon and chasing away the shadows of the night. It reveals the world in all its freshness and beauty. It gives us the energy to start our day with a sense of hope and possibility. By mastering our own mind, we are bringing that morning sun into our own lives and the lives of everyone we meet. We are becoming a source of light and warmth in a world that often feels cold and dark. There is a great peace in knowing that you are on the right path. You don't have to be at the end of the journey to feel the benefits. Every step you take toward mastery brings a sense of relief and clarity. Remember that the mind is a wonderful servant but a terrible master. When we let our thoughts run our lives, we are led by our fears, our cravings, and our illusions. But when we take our place as the master of our own mind, it becomes a powerful tool for good. It can help us solve problems, create beauty, and connect with others. It is all a matter of who is in charge. By practicing mindfulness and compassion, we are reclaiming our throne. We are becoming the true kings and queens of our own inner realm. This is not a position of power over others, but a position of power over ourselves, which is the only power that truly matters. Think about a gardener tending to a plot of land. They don't control the rain or the sun, but they can prepare the soil, plant the seeds, and pull the weeds. Our mind is our plot of land. We can't control the external events of our lives, but we can tend to our inner garden. We can cultivate the soil of our awareness, plant seeds of kindness, and pull the weeds of negative habits. Over time, our garden will become a place of beauty and abundance, providing fruit not just for ourselves, but for everyone who passes by. This is the natural law of the mind, and it is a law that we can use to create a life of true mastery and joy. The journey is long, but every step is a blessing, and the flowers are already starting to bloom. The deep resonance of a bell lingering in the morning air reminds us that even after the sound has faded, the silence that follows is not empty, but rather filled with a new kind of presence. Our journey into the heart of the mind is much like that fading sound, where we move from the noise of doing into the quiet of being, finding that the true master is not the one who shouts the loudest, but the one who listens with the greatest depth. There is an old story of a lighthouse keeper who lived on a remote island and spent his days polishing the great glass lenses. A visitor asked him if he ever felt lonely or forgotten in such a solitary place. The keeper smiled and pointed to the horizon, explaining that his job was not to be seen by the ships, but to ensure that the light itself was pure enough to be seen through the thickest fog. He said that if he worried about his own importance, he would forget to clean the glass, and then the light would fail. This is the essence of a life lived from the center of the mind. It is a life of invisible service where we focus on the clarity of our own awareness, knowing that when our inner glass is clean, the light of our character will naturally guide those who are tossed by the waves of life. Consider the way a master calligrapher prepares for a single stroke of the brush. They do not just dip the bristles in ink and start moving, but instead they sit in a state of total stillness until the movement happens of its own accord. The stroke is not a product of effort, but a manifestation of a settled heart. If there is a flicker of doubt or a shadow of pride, the line will be shaky and the energy will be broken. Our actions in the world are the strokes of a brush across the scroll of time. When we act from a mind that is fragmented by worry or heavy with the past, our lives feel cluttered and stressful. But when we act from the stillness of the present, every word we speak and every deed we perform carries a sense of weightless authority. We find that we can do more by trying less, because we are no longer fighting against ourselves. This is the grace of the unconditioned mind, a state where we become the instruments of a wisdom that is far greater than our own limited personality. There was a traveler who reached the edge of a great, shimmering lake and saw an old boatman waiting by the shore. The traveler was in a desperate hurry and asked how quickly they could reach the other side. The boatman replied that if the traveler was in a great hurry, it would take all day, but if they were not in a hurry at all, they would be there in an hour. The traveler was confused, but as they got into the boat, they realized the truth of the man's words. When they tried to row frantically, the boat just spun in circles and the oars splashed uselessly. But when they sat back and allowed the boatman to find the rhythm of the current, the boat glided across the water with incredible speed. We spend so much of our lives trying to row faster, thinking that speed is the same as progress. But the mind that is in a hurry is a mind that has lost its center. Mastery is the ability to sit in the boat of our own life and trust the current of reality, moving with a sense of ease that the world often mistakes for slowness, yet arriving exactly when we are meant to. Imagine a large, ancient tree that has grown in the middle of a busy city square, its branches providing shade for thousands of people who pass by every day. The tree does not ask for anything in return, it does not judge the people who sit beneath it, and it does not feel superior to the grass at its feet. It simply stands there, rooted in the earth and reaching for the sky, being a tree with all its heart. Our own presence in the world can be like that tree. When we have mastered the mind, we stop needing to be the center of attention and start being the source of support. We become a sanctuary for those who are tired, a listening ear for those who are troubled, and a steady presence in a world of constant movement. This selfless way of being is not a loss of our identity, but the fulfillment of it. We find that the more we give ourselves away in small acts of kindness and quiet understanding, the more solid and joyful our own inner world becomes. There is a profound beauty in the way a master weaver handles the final threads of a great tapestry, tying the knots with a sense of completion that is not about ending, but about wholeness. They know that every thread, the bright and the dark, the rough and the smooth, was necessary to create the final design. Our life is that tapestry, and as we grow in mastery, we begin to see the perfection in the entire pattern. We stop wishing that certain parts of our history had been different, and we stop fearing the threads that are yet to be woven. We see that even our sorrows have given us a depth of color that joy alone could never provide. We see that our mistakes were just the places where we had to tie a knot and begin again, adding a unique texture to the work. This total acceptance of our life, exactly as it is the highest form of mastery. It is the moment when the weaver and the weaving become one, and there is nothing left to do but admire the beauty of the whole. Think of the way a small child looks at a snowflake, with eyes full of wonder and a heart that is completely open to the magic of the moment. The child does not need to know how the snowflake was formed or why it is melting, they are simply captivated by its existence. As we master our mind, we regain this sense of wonder. We stop being experts who have an answer for everything and start being beginners who are curious about everything. We see the miracle in a cup of water, the wisdom in a falling leaf, and the sacredness in a stranger's smile. This freshness of vision is the true meaning of awakening. It is the realization that the world is not a collection of objects to be used, but a symphony of life to be experienced. When we live with this sense of wonder, our heart stays young and our mind stays clear, no matter how many years have passed. There was a legendary king who asked a sage to write him a phrase that would be true in every situation, in times of great joy and in times of deep sorrow. The sage gave him a ring with 4 words carved inside, "This too shall pass." The king found that when he was successful, the words kept him humble, and when he was suffering, the words kept him hopeful. This is the perspective of a mind that has seen through the illusion of permanence. We suffer because we try to hold on to the clouds, not realizing that their nature is to move. When we realize that everything in the world is in a constant state of flux, we stop clinging and start flowing. We enjoy the good times without the fear of losing them, and we endure the hard times without the weight of despair. We find a source of peace that is not based on things staying the same, but on our own ability to move with the change. Consider the way a master gardener tends to the earth during the winter months, when the ground is frozen and there is no sign of life. They do not despair or think that their work has been in vain, for they know that the rest is just as important as the growth. They know that deep beneath the surface, the soil is preparing itself for the next season. Our own periods of stillness and silence are like that winter. We might feel like we are not achieving anything or that we are stuck in a dark place. But the master of the mind knows that the silence is the nursery of wisdom. It is in the quiet moments that our experiences are digested and our insights are born. When we embrace the winter of our soul with patience and kindness, we are preparing the ground for a spring that will be more vibrant than anything we have seen before. There is a sense of great freedom in the realization that you are not the voice in your head, but the one who hears it. This tiny gap between the thought and the observer is the birthplace of all liberty. Most of us are slaves to our thoughts, jumping every time our mind tells us to be angry, or sad, or afraid. But once we find the watcher, we have a choice. We can watch a thought of judgment arise and simply say, "Oh, there is a judgment," without having to believe it or act on it. This detachment is the ultimate power. It allows us to be in the world with all its noise and complexity, yet remain as still as the bottom of the ocean. We are no longer at the mercy of our own internal weather. We are the sky, and the weather is just something that happens within us. Imagine the mind as a vast, ancient city that has been rebuilt many times over the centuries. In the center of the city is a small, quiet park that has never changed, a place of old trees and soft grass where the noise of the streets cannot reach. Most people spend their lives in the busy markets and the crowded alleys of the city, never even knowing that the park exists. But once you find the way to that center, you can return to it whenever you need to rest. You can live your life in the city, doing your work and meeting your friends, but you always carry the quiet of the park within you. This is the way of the mastered mind. It is being fully engaged with the world while remaining centered in the silence of the soul. It is a life of dynamic peace, where the outer movement and the inner stillness are in perfect harmony. There was a student who asked his teacher how to know when they had finally mastered their mind. The teacher didn't give a long explanation or a list of signs, but instead took the student to a bridge over a rushing river. He told the student to look at the water and to tell him what they saw. The student described the waves, the foam, and the way the water hit the rocks. The teacher then told the student to look at the reflection of the moon on the surface of the water. Even though the water was moving and the surface was broken, the reflection was still there, flickering yet constant. The teacher said that mastery is not about making the river stop flowing, but about being the moon that remains steady and clear, no matter how much the water ripples. When you can stay centered in your own light while the world around you is in constant motion, you have found the truth. This steady light is our true nature, a source of wisdom and compassion that has always been within us, waiting for us to notice it. It is the heart of every story we have told and every insight we have shared. By mastering the mind, we are not creating peace, we are simply removing the obstacles that prevent us from seeing the peace that is already here. We are like a person who has been living in a house with the curtains closed, thinking it is a dark and gloomy place. All we have to do is reach out and pull back the curtains, and the room will be filled with the warmth of the sun. The light doesn't come from us, but it shines through us. And when we are clear, we become a beacon for everyone we meet, a living reminder that the sun is always shining, even behind the thickest clouds. As we walk through the world with a heart of kindness and a mind of clarity, we find that every person is a mirror reflecting a part of ourselves. We see our own struggles in their eyes, and our own potential in their smiles. We realize that we are all walking each other home, and that every step of the journey is a sacred dance. The mastery of the mind is not a destination we reach alone, but a way of being that brings us closer to everyone and everything. It is the end of separation and the beginning of a deep, abiding connection with the entire universe. We are no longer isolated drops of water, but the ocean itself, vast, deep, and eternally at peace. Every breath we take is a fresh start, a chance to let go of the old and embrace the new. Every heartbeat is a reminder that we are alive and that we have the power to choose our path. The journey of mastering the mind is the greatest adventure a human being can take, and it is an adventure that continues in every single moment. There is no finish line, only a deeper and deeper unfolding of the beauty and the truth that we are. Trust the process, trust your own heart, and walk with the confidence of someone who knows they are already home. The light is bright, the way is clear, and the world is waiting for the peace that only you can bring. Let the final silence of this sharing be a place of rest for your heart. Let it be the soil in which the seeds of these words can grow into their own unique wisdom within you. You are a miracle of existence, a masterpiece of potential, and a source of infinite light. May you move through your days with the grace of a river and the stability of a mountain. May your mind be a clear mirror and your heart be a warm sanctuary. And may you always remember that the mastery you have been seeking is not something to be found, but something to be lived, right here, right now, in the beautiful, simple reality of this very breath.